Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. Great to have you here tonight. Guys, there's been another mass shooting in Maryland, Towson, Maryland. We're going to be looking into amongst quite a few other things, of course. I appreciate you guys taking some time to join us tonight. I hope you're all having a wonderful night. That being said, let's get this show out and kicking on the road. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Welcome back, guys. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Please make sure you hit that like button when you come in the door and share this out, if you will. Please and thank you. I appreciate that so very much. I hope everybody's having a good night tonight, or the best night you can. I appreciate you guys so very much for joining me. There has been another mass shooting, sadly, in Towson, Maryland. We're going to be looking into that and a few other things, of course. Also, like I said, there's a few other things we're going to be digging into too. That is the newest and active thing going on personally, but just wanted to cover that, of course, because of it being what it is, sadly. I know it's a little later. It's 9:45 here, which I didn't think it was too late for you guys, but hopefully it's not. I appreciate you guys being here once again. Come on in, grab a seat. Let's look into this. See what's going on with this. Faux show. Who we got in here so far? Looks like Mikey's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Tomboy John, welcome back. Bonnie Bailey, great to see you. Miss Jody Walters, thank you for joining us. Leslie and Billy, always a pleasure to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Miss Paula, good to see you tonight, dear. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here. Make sure everybody's getting their whatchamacallits. Let's see. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. 21 people, 15 likes. You guys are awesome. Good to see you again, Miss Paula. True Wrecking Crime. Welcome back, Stephen. Good to see you tonight. Come on in. Get comfortable, guys. Please share this out. There's a doodle bug. Did I catch everybody sleeping? You guys weren't expecting me to go live, huh? I told you I was going to try to. Here I be. Oh, the comedian. She's a comedian tonight. How did your day go? It was fine. I'm gonna be like you. It was okay. Miss Stormy, good to see you, dear. Hello, hello. Oh, I saw it up there, Stormy. Again, please share this out, you guys. Please, please, please. See if we can get as many people in here as we can. We need to bring this to the surface. Let everybody know what's going on. Like I said, there's a mass shooting in Towson, Maryland. Another one, 7 people shot. I believe 1 or 2 people are deceased at this point. Welcome, Miss Linda. Good to see you. This is 2 in 2 days, guys. It's crazy. Different scenario, but still too much death on the horizon, folks. I don't like it. Welcome back from Tennessee, Mr. Steven. Hope you had a safe trip, brother. Good to have you back. It's good to have you in here. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat, get comfortable. Let's get things a rolling. All right, let me see here. I guess JLR. Of course, he's live with it, I'm sure. All right, let's see what we got going on. There's not much here. They're live right now, but not much sound, so bear with me, guys. Hang on. Give me a minute. Let me catch you guys up on all this. Yeah, I'm going to show you guys the presser here in just 1 second. Here we go. All right, come on in, everybody. Get a seat. Get comfortable, if you will. Thank you for joining.
Good evening. I'm Chief Robert McCullough of the Baltimore County Police.
Can you hear this? Okay.
We're here to brief you on the incident this evening. At 7:12 p.m. This evening, Baltimore County Police were dispatched to the intersection of Loch Raven Boulevard and White Oak Avenue. That's in the 8500 block of Loch Raven Boulevard. The initial call for service. They spoke of multiple gunshots at that location. Responding officers responded to that location. The first officer that arrived on the scene found a
have it turned all the way
on its side. Alerted the fire department. The fire department came to the scene and basically took care of the victims at the scene and transported them to the hospital. At this time, we have 10 individuals that have been injured. One's deceased. 9 were transported to the hospital. Right now, our homicide and our Criminal Investigations Bureau are investigating this incident, a mass shooting incident. We have multiple persons that are shot. Right now, we're determining the circumstances and the conditions in this case. With me this evening, we have to my right the administrative officer, DeAndrea Walker. Behind me, I have County Executive Johnny Oshesky. To my left, Fire Chief Joe Dixon and Councilman Ertel. Chief Dixon will speak next in reference to the fire response. In terms of the police department, we are asking that anyone that might have information about this incident to contact Baltimore County Police at 410-887-4636. That's 410-887-4636. And that's that 4636 is info, and that information goes right to our info.
Good evening. As stated, Joe Dixon, Chief of Baltimore County Fire Department. Thank you, Chief. Uh, Approximately the same time, hour 7:15, Baltimore County Fire Department was alerted of a fire in the area of Johnson Funeral Home. Responded to the scene. First use on the scene, mitigated the fire, and of course, now we have victims on the scene, and they rendered treatment as appropriate. So we're proud of our responders. We're proud of our partnership in public safety of Baltimore County and keeping our community safe. Thank you.
Next, we'll have our county executive, Johnny Oshesky.
Thanks, Chief. Good evening, all. I first want to just thank the men and women of both the Baltimore County Fire and Police Departments for the incredible work they do day in and day out. Their response here is no different. Please, as Chief McCullough has said, if you have any information in regards to tonight's incident, please let them know so that they can bring those who perpetrated.
Welcome, Miss Marianne. Thank you for joining us tonight.
I will just say that this is an incident that is shocking, particularly for those of us in Baltimore County. These types of incidents are unheard of here, and so it really shocks the conscience. However, we want our residents to know that we are, as always, fully committed to ensuring that both our fire and police departments have the full support and all the resources that they need from Baltimore County government to ensure that they bring this investigation to conclusion. Obviously, it's very early on, but our hearts go out to anyone who's impacted by violence. We will be supporting our public safety officials in the work ahead. And I just thank them for the work that they're doing now and that is ahead. So with that, I'll open things up to questions for the chief or others, and appreciate your interest tonight.
I have
Thanks.
a question for the chief. What led to that car to catch fire? Like, was there some kind of, like, was there a crash first, or was it, like, what led to that fire?
We're still investigating that. What we do know at this time, there appears to be some type of incident that led to the vehicle crashing and catching on fire. Right now, our investigators are looking into the circumstances leading up to that.
Now, was that car stolen, or did it belong to one of the victims?
That's something we're investigating right now. We don't have that information.
And you said 9 injured, 1 dead. Were they all shot, or were some injured in the fire?
Right now, they've been transported to local hospitals. They're being triaged there. We're still determining exactly how many were shot. We do know that there's at least 1 deceased, and we have 9 others who are injured at hospitals. Yes.
Did the shooting happen outside of the funeral home, or was that just where the car was found on fire at the funeral home? And my second question maybe entail with that, were all of the
investigating that and trying to determine those circumstances. What we do know is that the vehicle appeared to flip over at that location. It caught fire somehow. We do know that there's multiple gunshots to the facade of the building. We know that there's some additional scenes that we're investigating right now where other gunfire took place throughout the neighborhood, and that was evidenced by the multiple calls for service from the neighbors who were calling 911 about the gunshots in the community.
Is there a threat to the public?
There's no threat at this time. We believe this to be a targeted incident. That it was isolated. It appears that the individuals in this case somehow knew one another, and that this incident was intentional and targeted towards the individuals that were involved in this incident.
How do you know there's no more threat to the public? If you said that there was multiple calls for gunshots in the neighborhood areas, obviously this event with 10 people being involved, have you made any arrests? Have you apprehended anyone?
Right now, our investigators are investigating this, and we're utilizing all our resources, gathering up evidence, and that includes video evidence and other information that we have in this case. And once again, we are asking the public to call us at 410-887-4633. We will leave no stone unturned, and we will dedicate every resource to this. We don't generally see this type of thing in our communities in Baltimore County. This is an isolated incident, and I assure you, as your police chief, that we will put all resources towards trying to clear this case.
And do you have a news range for the victims?
Not at this time. We're still working on gathering that information, and we want to make sure that when we do provide that,
I'm looking at that too, Grice.
accurate.
107. Welcome, by the way.
Weapon recovered from the scene?
At this time, we're still investigating that. We do know that there's some shell casings at this time, but we're not prepared to talk about that evidence at this time.
I have a couple clarifying questions. It's 10 people total.
Bear with
Yes.
me.
9 hurt, 1 dead.
One
correct?
deceased, yes.
Okay, so 10 people total.
Yes.
And then can you clarify the order of events a little bit more? I know you said there was multiple calls for service. Were there shots fired throughout the neighborhood? And then the shooting happened at the funeral home and then the car? Or what order of events did this all happen tonight?
What we do know at this point, there appeared to be some multiple gunshots. It appeared that it was like an ongoing rolling type of gun situation that led up to the funeral home, and it ended right there at the funeral home. So it was along that street and in that location.
So were
Was
they
there more than one shooter?
I'm very sure that we'll be investigating this well into the morning when we can have more daylight and we can look at the scene even more. But our crime lab, our investigators, homicide investigators, our entire team will be working on this throughout the night.
How many were pulled from the car?
I don't know at this time.
Was this connected to a funeral in progress at the funeral home? Or?
No. The funeral home appeared to be closed at the time, so we don't believe that it was associated to any type of funeral at that funeral.
There weren't any kind of viewings. We had just gotten a viewer tip that it might have been connected to the homicide of Andrew Blessing. Is that?
At this time, we don't know all that. We have to investigate that. So.
All right, one more question, then we're going to finish up here. Anyone else?
Just some clarity. You said it's an isolated and targeted incident and that the individuals knew each other. Is it all 10 individuals that knew each other?
Welcome,
Right
Holly.
now, we're
Thank you for
trying
joining us
to,
tonight.
Unwind and
Again, guys,
determine all that
share
stuff.
this
We're
out
working
if you
through
would,
the
please, and
evidence.
please hit that
Of
like
course, we're
button
gonna
as
have
you
to
come in.
interview everybody that's involved. And,
So very much
and
appreciated.
speak to
Thank
all the
you.
witnesses and determine the different roles in this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to grab you.
Okay, so that's the press conference for that situation. Let's see what she's got to say real quick. Kind of, sort of, Lillers. Welcome. This is what the scene looked like before the presser. This is while they're live earlier. This started 110 minutes ago. All right, give me a minute, guys. I'm going to see if I can pull you anything new. One moment, please. Sorry to hear that. Welcome, Ray. Kind of, sort of. My apologies. Let's see. Okay. I don't think there's a whole lot of details yet. It's still pretty fresh. Here we go.
Any information about what led up to this shooting. They did say, however, that the funeral home was closed, so it didn't appear that there was an event, but they say it was targeted, so it's not clear why those individuals might have been there, who may have been responsible for this. These are all questions that we will continue asking, especially tomorrow as police get more information. But while we were at the press conference, we also heard from others like County Executive Johnny Olszewski, who says he's closely monitoring this situation. Take a listen.
We want our residents to know that we are, as always, fully committed to ensuring that both our fire and police departments have the full support and all the resources that they need from Baltimore County government to ensure that they bring this investigation to conclusion. Obviously, it's very early
Welcome,
on,
Mr. Girl. Good to see you.
but our hearts go out to anyone who's impacted by violence.
You know, I was thinking that earlier. If I wasn't sure if that was his hometown, but I know he's from Maryland. Was it Towson? Because I couldn't remember, Mr. Girl. That if that's true, that's really wild, folks. Really wild. There's Miss Tandy. Good to see you tonight, dear. Yeah, we're gonna look into that too since we're in here.
And again, police say they are still trying to determine the circumstances of this case. I'm told this will likely be the last update for tonight as far as information is concerned. So we still have a lot of questions that need to be answered. But Johnny Olszewski, I was talking to him before he left the press conference, and he said he'll likely be giving an update early tomorrow morning. And so we'll be sure to be there to see what the latest is as the situation continues to unfold. But definitely a big scene, and there will be throughout the night. Back to you.
All right, Jessica, thank you. Jessica Babb reporting live from Towson.
All right, Jeff Abel is also live at the scene tonight. Let's get right over to him now with what he's learning. Jeff.
We have spent the past few minutes talking to the people who live and work in this immediate area, and one of them is Denise home when all of this went down about an hour and a half ago. Tell me about it.
We were sitting in our back family room, and we heard some noise in our yard, and then the dog started barking and clawing at the door to get out. And we took him out, and then we
welcome Nana G and Mr. Girl. It's wonderful to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us, dear.
What's going on? And then we heard that some people were shot, and their car turned over in the funeral home parking lot. And
what did you hear? What did you see?
Well, we heard some noises out back in our yard, and the dog was like barking and wanting to get out there. And then when we walked down, we saw all this going on, and somebody said somebody was shot down here. And then
they said this doesn't happen in this neighborhood. This type of stuff never happens in this neighborhood. So I'm curious.
We walked down to see what was going on, and
you didn't hear gunshots.
We heard. We didn't know what it was. It sounded like metal, but I mean, it could have been gunshots. We don't really know for sure because we heard something, but we weren't sure what it was. I thought somebody was going through the backyard, actually.
You've lived here for quite a while. Does this neighbor?
About 17 years.
17 years. Did any of this surprise you? Have you had other incidents?
We have, but mostly on the other side of Loch Raven, back down that way and further down, but not in our area up here. Our area is usually pretty quiet.
Welcome, James. Good to see you, sir.
We haven't had any problems except for a couple of people's cars getting broken into once in a while over the last 15 years or something like that, but that's about it.
But something of this magnitude, does it surprise you that it's happened?
There's been a couple things going on this week in this area. So
of what nature?
There was a shooting up the street here. A young boy was killed, and you know, that was the only thing we heard of. And then of course something that was going on down there, which I wasn't really sure about what that was all about. But this is definitely different.
Denise, thank you for your information. Thanks for telling us about what you saw and what you heard. There's a lot of still, as you can imagine, unanswered questions out here. We will keep on top of it and see who else we can talk to momentarily.
Okay. Alrighty. I feel sorry for
All right, Jeff, thank you. We are going to go out to Fox 45's Keith Daniels.
Welcome, Siggy and Mike. Good to see you guys tonight. Thank you for joining us.
Has learned some of the victims have been transported there.
That's right, Maxine. We know at least
Casty,
two
good to see you,
individuals.
Dave.
You may be able to hear the chopper. There's someone being airlifted here at this hour. Not sure if it is related to that shooting, but we do know for certain that at least two individuals were brought here by ambulance from that shooting. Now, of course, they did not release official information about those individuals in those paramedic units, but personnel here did confirm that they, in fact, were or did respond to that shooting. At least two individuals brought here. The nature of their injuries unclear at this hour. Now, as you heard in the news conference, police confirmed that 10 people were injured with one deceased, but the police...
I had that on earlier, Stevie, and I changed it. Good to see you, bud.
Specifically to the nature of those injuries, but they did call it a targeted mass shooting. Now, Kai and Maxine, I guess you could confirm with Dr. Powers later, but I do know that the FBI classifies any amount of victims over 4 as a mass shooting. Any amount of victims shot over 4 as a mass shooting. Again, we can confirm that with Dr. Powers. That would constitute a mass shooting. But again, police not confirming the exact number of people shot, only saying that 10 people were injured. But again, the 2 people brought here to shock trauma, we don't know the nature of their injuries. Now, we're told that individuals were brought not only here to shock trauma, but some taken to Sinai, police confirming that at least 9 individuals were transported to area hospitals. Of course, when we learn more here, we'll bring it to you. Back to you.
All right. Keith Daniels reporting live from shock trauma. And former FBI agent Dr. Tyrone Powers, in the absence of a police news conference, really gave us a lot of helpful information and data, Maxine, about what to expect.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always appreciate you being here with us tonight. Anything really stick out from that news conference? Obviously, a big puzzle here for police to begin piecing together this evening.
It doesn't surprise me that they didn't give out a lot of information. This is we're at a time that is relatively close to when this incident occurred. There's a lot of investigation going on, and there are multiple agencies involved in this investigation. You noted earlier, Maxine, that ATF was on the scene, but they did not speak at the press conference. So there's a lot of work being done, and because of that, they do not want to give out a great deal of information. They want to give out enough information to let us know that the situation the immediate threat have been abated, that there are police officers on the scene, that the investigation is in process. That is to reduce the anxiety and the trauma of the people in that immediate area, in that area around there. But they don't want to give out information that would hinder the investigation and maybe the apprehension of those who are involved in this particular situation. And they'll give that out as they believe, when they get to the point where they believe that won't hinder or hurt the particular investigation. They are going to do everything they do, and I have no doubt about it, to find out the perpetrators of this particular incident. And they're going to do it as quickly as possible, because these incidents seem to carry with them some retaliation. So there's a retaliatory element that they would.
Can you hear me, Mom?
Hello. What the
Hello.
hell is going on?
There was another shooting, mass shooting, they call it. 9 people injured, 1 dead in Towson, Maryland, which is strange because I come to find out I wasn't even thinking about it. This is the hometown of Luigi Mangione. I knew he was from Maryland, but Mr. Girl pointed it out. It was Towson. I just looked, and yes, she's right. That's a little wild to me. And things like that don't happen in this town. So 9 people, there's a car flipped on its side, on fire, 9 people taken to the hospital, 1 dead. Wow, somebody's being airlifted right now, and multiple people transported. So I don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh, shit.
So, yeah. No, they have not said anything about having the shooter in custody. Ding, they're asking people for information on this, if they have anything as of right now. Welcome, Dane. Good to see you. Let me make sure I'm covering everybody. Again, Stevie, good to see you tonight, buddy. Bry guy, always a pleasure, brother. Great to have you here, bud. So no, the shooter is not in custody at this point. I'm going to finish playing this here real quick for you guys. And thank you for joining me, Mom. Missed you. It's good to see you. And welcome, Did You Know?
Missed you too. I hadn't seen you going live at night.
My wife has had me going nuts because of Christmas coming up. Critical Minds, good to see you tonight. Thank you for being here with us. Appreciate you very much. I'm going to be catching back up with the nighttime shows, though, so you'll be seeing me again. Hey, Taylor. I see you, dear. Tammy C., welcome to you. Anybody out there that's not in chat that I don't see, welcome as well. I appreciate you all very much for joining us. We have other things to talk about along with this too, guys, so don't worry.
Like to avoid, and that retaliation may not take place in the same place where the incident took place, but they know that when you have these kind of incidents, when you have a mass shooting, when they are targeted, then there are people who want to get back at the people who targeted the people in this particular incident. So they're working with that in mind.
Welcome,
they're working
Blue
with all the agencies, not only in Baltimore County, but the surrounding agencies to make sure they can locate these perpetrators to gather evidence. And the other thing is that you, like I said, you don't have the benefit of sequential order of things. You've got to collect the evidence so that at some point when you catch these perpetrators, you can convict them. You don't want to just arrest them and have them go back free. So that is part of the scenario. You also want to make sure that everyone in the immediate area is still safe from these individuals, that they actually left the area. And at the same time, you want to coordinate between all the other agencies to bring together the information, to bring them into custody without giving out too much information, but giving out enough information so that you can get help from your force multipliers, which in fact is the public who are.
They're dealing with a car accident, a fire, and a shooting. Former FBI agent Dr. Tyrone Powers, thank you so much for being here with us this evening.
Thank you.
And let's take a look at what some of the responses coming in on social media. This in particular is X here talking about what happened in Towson. That's horrible. Not again, please. That's a reference to the shooting that happened here. A mass shooting just happened in Towson. And one more comment here. That area has become dangerous and unsafe, sadly. Stay with Fox 45 News as we continue to follow this breaking story on our Fox 45 News app. You can scan the code on your screen or search WBFF in your app store.
Yeah, he was from Buckley Court in Towson, Maryland. That's his hometown. That's where he lived. So that's a little strange, kind of ironic. I don't know that anything has anything to do with the other, but still, guys, it's a little ironic. That's all I'm saying.
And let's take another look at the scene along Lochraven Boulevard as we head to break. 10 people shot and 1 person killed. We'll check back in with our live reporters when we get back.
No problem, Brian. 2 weeks off. Enjoy it, Dane. All right, guys, let me check something real fast, if you don't mind. Bear with me. I'm going to look at...
So what was this? Was this just like a street shooting? Was it a convenience store? Like what's...
It was in the street. It was the middle of an intersection they responded to. They got a call for a car accident or something like that, or a fire. They get to the fire. They find 9 people that are injured, 1 person dead. And I guess they were getting calls all around the neighborhood of shots fired here and there, multiple different things going on. So I don't know exactly. The chief didn't even really have much information in the presser. So, I don't know. It's pretty wild. I'm looking at something here. Oh, shoot. All right, guys. What was the name of that town? Or the city? Excuse me. The street in Towson where this happened at. Was it Brook Meadow Drive? Hold on. I'm looking here at something. Brook Meadow, Buckley Court. This is quite a bit more of an upscale area. Now, around this, they have issues, but not so much in this area. It's pretty wild. If he said Brook Meadow Drive, is what I thought he said. I might be wrong. That's like a block away from where his family home is.
We've got a local in chat. Kinda sorta said it's the corner of White Oak Avenue and Lochraven Boulevard.
That's it. White Oak and Lochraven. Thank you.
Kinda sorta.
Yes, thank you so much. Let me write that. White Oak, Lochraven. So what's this area like, kind of, sort of? Does this kind of thing happen? The one lady they interviewed said this is a little bit different. They've had, last week, they had a shooting where a little boy was killed, and it was kind of, directly in this area, it doesn't happen, but around her, she said things can happen. So let me see something. One more time. I didn't get to see that. So White Oak and Lochraven. Okay, so
Kind of
that's not,
sort of says this is an upscale area.
that's what I thought when I looked it up. That's kind of the idea I got. Hmm.
Are we going on a road trip?
We might be. There's an 8-minute difference between the two, between his house and that house. So we're right here. Hold on a minute. I'll show you guys where we're at. This is Lock Raven Drive. Well, that's the woods. I dropped him too far over. Damn it, Jim. Hold on. Hang on. Let me get you back out of there. There we go. White Oak.
Oh, that's on the coast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not going to be a lower area if it's on the coast.
No, this is a really nice
Where
upscale
there's
area.
water, there's high prices.
How far does this Lock Raven Drive run? Hold on here. Wait a minute. I don't think that's. Let's try this one here. That might be a different. Okay. The
Kind of sort of
lane.
says the car came to rest in the parking lot of Johnson Frostbank Funeral Home.
What was it? The funeral home called again?
It's Johnson hyphen Fosbrink, Fosbrink Funeral Home. Thanks again, kind of sort of. We always love having those in chat.
Yes, very
Lock
much so.
Raven Boulevard.
Here we go. Bam. So it was right here. Okay, I see where it happened now. Right. Right there. This is it right here. There's a funeral home right there. There's the intersection this supposedly happened in right here. Welcome, Crystal. Good to see you. There's White Oak. So right in this vicinity, according to what they said right here. They responded to the car. It was on its side and on fire.
That's a whole lot going on at once. Oh, it's 10:22, y'all. What shall we do? Oh, he's back.
Gotta love 1021. Sorry, guys. And they got a call for fire, is what he said. And they responded and realized that there was all that other stuff. Here, I'll play this back for you, those of you that just got here. The chief and the fire chief, police and fire chief both spoke. So here we go.
Of Lock Raven Boulevard and White Oak Avenue. That's
You might need to turn it up.
Block of Lock Raven Boulevard. The initial call for service, they spoke of multiple gunshots at that location. Responding officers responded to that location. The first officer that arrived on the scene found a vehicle on its side and in flames. Our officers searched the scene. They found multiple victims and alerted the fire department. The fire department came to the scene and basically took care of the victims at the scene and transported them to the hospital. At this time, we have 10 individuals that have been injured. One's deceased. 9 were transported to the hospital. Right now, our homicide and our Criminal Investigations Bureau are investigating this incident. It appears to be a mass shooting incident. We have multiple persons.
Welcome, Kaylee.
Right now, we're determining the circumstances and the conditions in this case. With me this evening, we have to my right the Administrative Officer, DeAndrea Walker. Behind me, I have County Executive Johnny Oshesky. To my left, Fire Chief Joe Dixon and Councilman Herb Tell. Chief Dixon will speak next in reference to the fire response. In terms of the police department, we are asking anyone that might have information about this incident to contact Baltimore County Police at 410-887-4636. That's 410-887-4636, and that's that 4636 is info, and that information goes right to our info center. Next will be Chief Dixon.
Good evening. As stated, Joe Dixon, Chief of Baltimore County Fire Department. Thank you, Chief. Approximately the same time, hour 7:15, Baltimore County Fire Department was alerted of a fire in the area of Johnson Funeral Home. Responded to the scene. First use on the scene, mitigated the fire, and of course, now we have victims on the scene, and they rendered treatment as appropriate. So we're proud of our responders. We're proud of our partnership in public safety with Baltimore County and keeping our community safe. Thank you.
Next, we'll have our County Executive, Johnny Oshesky.
Good evening, all. I first want to just thank the men and women of both the Baltimore County Fire and Police Department.
Thank you all again for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much.
Their response here.
Please make sure to hit that like button, guys, when you come in, if you would, please. I appreciate it very much.
If you have any information in regards to tonight's incident, please let them know so that they can bring those who perpetrated tonight's act to justice. I will just say that this is an incident that is shocking, particularly for those of us in Baltimore County. These types of incidents are unheard of here, and so it really shocks the conscience. However, we want our residents to know that we are, as always, fully committed to ensuring that both our fire and police departments have the full support and all the resources that they need from Baltimore County government to ensure that they bring this investigation.
Yeah, I've seen that, Brian.
Obviously, it's very early on, but our hearts go out to anyone who's
mass casualty.
We will be supporting our public safety officials in the work ahead, and I just thank them for the work that they're doing now, and that is ahead. So, with that, I'll open things up to questions from the chief or others, and appreciate.
Oh, you're okay, Siggy.
I have a question for
Thank you for doing it.
What led to that car to catch fire? Like, was there some kind of was there a crash first, or was it what led to that fire?
We're still investigating that. What we do know at this time, there appears to be some type of incident that led to the vehicle crashing and catching on fire. Right now, our investigators are looking into the circumstances leading up to that.
Now, was that car?
Welcome, Virginia. Good to see you, brother.
To one of the victims?
That's something we're investigating right now. We don't have that information.
And you said 9 injured, 1 dead. Were they all shot, or were some injured in the fire?
Right now, they've been transported to local hospitals. They're being triaged there. We're still determining exactly how many were shot. We do know that there's at least 1 deceased, and we have 9 others who are injured at hospitals.
And that deceased was from the gunshot, right?
That's what we would assume at this time. Yes.
Did the shooting happen outside of the funeral home, or was that just where the car was found on fire at the funeral home? And my second question, maybe entail with that, were all of the 10 victims found by that car, or were they in different locations?
At this time, we're still investigating that and trying to determine those circumstances. What we do know is that the vehicle appeared to flip over that location.
I get it, Virginia.
Somehow. We do know
Welcome, Sherry.
that there's multiple gunshots to the facade of the building. We know that there's some additional scenes that we're investigating right now where other gunfire took place throughout the neighborhood, and that was evidenced by the multiple calls for service from the neighbors who were calling 911 about the gunshots in the community.
Yes, Kaylee.
There's no threat at this time. We believe this to be a targeted incident.
This bothers me.
That it was isolated. It appears that the individuals in this case somehow knew one another, and that this incident was intentional and targeted towards the individuals that were involved in this incident.
How do you know there's no more threat to the public? If you said that there was multiple calls for gunshots in the neighborhood areas, obviously this event with 10 people being involved.
Exactly.
Right now, our investigators are investigating this, and we're utilizing all our resources, gathering up evidence, and that includes video evidence and other information that we have in this case. And once again, we are asking the public to call us at 410-887-3636
Welcome, Lisa.
At our info center if they have additional information. But we will leave no stone unturned, and we will.
I haven't turned up as loud as it goes, guys. Sorry.
To this, we don't generally see this type of thing in our communities in Baltimore County. This is an isolated incident, and I assure you, as your police chief, that we will put all resources towards trying to clear this case. Not at this time. We're still
Welcome, Barb.
on gathering that information, and we want to make sure that when we do provide that information, that it's accurate and complete.
Any gun or weapon recovered from the scene?
At this time, we're still investigating that. We do know that there's some shell casings at this time, but we're not prepared to talk about that evidence at this time.
I have a couple clarifying questions. It's 10 people total involved.
Yes.
9 for 1 dead.
1 deceased. Yes.
So it's 10 people total.
Yes.
And then can you clarify the order of events a little bit more? I know you said there was multiple calls for service. Were there shots fired throughout the neighborhood, and then the shooting happened at the funeral home, and then the car, or what order of events did this all happen tonight?
What we do know at this point, there appeared to be some multiple gunshots. It appeared that it was like an ongoing rolling type of gun situation that led up to the funeral home, and it ended right there at the funeral home. So it was along that street and in that location.
So were they
more than one shooter?
We don't know that at this time. We're still investigating that and gathering all the information we can. It's still early in our investigation. I'm very sure that we'll be investigating this well into the morning when we can have more daylight and we can look at the scene even more. But our crime lab, our investigators, homicide investigators, our entire team will be working on this throughout the night.
How many were pulled from the car?
I don't know at this time.
Was this connected to a funeral in progress at the funeral home?
No. The funeral home appeared to be closed at the time, so we don't believe that it was associated to any type of funeral at that funeral.
We had just gotten a viewer's tip that it might have been connected to the homicide of Andrew Blessing.
At this time, we don't know all that. We have to investigate that. So.
All right, one more question, then we're going to finish up here. Anyone else?
Just some clarity. You said it's an isolated and targeted incident, and that the individuals knew each other. Is it all 10 individuals that knew each other?
Right now, we're trying to, unwind and determine all that stuff. We're working through the evidence. Of course, we're going to have to interview everybody that's involved and speak to all the witnesses and determine the different roles in this.
Okay, thank you. Everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry guys. I was looking for something else. My apologies. The weird thing with this whole thing is, considering what we just went through this past week or so, I don't feel like there's any kind of connection, but this is Luigi Mangione's hometown, literally, which is weird to me. But like I said, I don't think there's any connection. It's just a strange coincidence. That's all. Yeah, we have that too, Dane. We're going to look at. Okay, so we're at the hospital now. Did you see that, Mom, about the jailer that was killed today?
No.
Ellis County.
Where?
I'll show it here in a minute. I'm not sure. I know it's Ellis County. I didn't hear the exact details on it yet. I got a little bit of it.
This cameraman needs to be fired. You gonna let that man stand there and wipe his face and not even telling me live?
Unknown at this hour.
He's not even looking at him.
Good Lord. Waxahachie, Texas? What?
Yeah, I knew in Texas, but I didn't know the exact area. Waxahachie. Wow, what a name. We're gonna look at that next.
That old Brandy.
It's great to be hanging with you. Gen X Queenager. Hello. Yes, Texas. Is that Mama Duck? I think it is. Welcome, Gen X Queenager. It's Texas, deep in the heart of Texas. What is
They were hurt.
what's going on here?
I don't know. This cameraman needs to get it together. Quit eating gummies before you're supposed to be on scene, man. Come on now.
Is this guy running his own camera or what?
I was just off the phone.
I hope not.
This is pathetic. Thank you, Mikey. Oh, wow. Okay. Both of your girls graduated from Waxahachie. Wow. Sorry to hear that this happened. It's crazy. The guy had worked there for quite a while, I guess.
Tweet this reporter and tell him.
What is this guy doing? Like, somebody call him and say, hey, dude, like, they're filming the wall.
I don't know.
Waxahachie.
I said Waxahachie.
I said Waxahachie. 6 years. Yes. Thank you, Candy. Like I said, I got little bits and pieces. I didn't have the full story. I got this first and then that. So, too much stuff at one time. You know how that goes.
Info overload.
Yes. Deep in the heart of Texas. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. And again, Miss Sherry, if you didn't hear me, welcome. It's good to see you tonight. Waxahachie. There we go. I said it right. Waxahachie. Texas.
Or allow a shock trauma where we're told at least two individuals were transported here. The nature of their injuries and their conditions. Unknown at this hour. But again, we're told they were hurt in that incident. Now,
I think he's rehearsing.
I was just off the phone with a police spokesperson, a Baltimore County police spokesperson, who told me they're trying now to determine the exact number of people who were actually shot in this incident that they're calling a targeted mass shooting.
Thank you, Sherry.
What channel is this?
WBFF. Fox 45, Baltimore.
WBFF. Wanna be my best friend? WBFF.
It must be cold. It must be cold there.
Well, hell yeah, I bet it is cold.
CEO of a company in Muskegon, Michigan, was just stabbed this morning while on a stop. Jesus. People are going crazy. It's the holidays. I'm telling you, it brings all the crazy out.
Do say for now.
Dude, turn the camera around and do your finish up your practicing and tell the story.
Here, I'm supposed to DM him.
I'm about right. Find him on Twitter, I'm sure.
Hey, love. Thank you for the coverage. We can hear you and see the random van.
Thank you, Brian. Brian gifted a membership, and it looks like it went to the Snooper. Congratulations, Snooper. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you, Brian, and love you, bud. So very much appreciated. Thank you for being here with us tonight as well. This is weird. Very weird.
Okay, I said, hey, love, thank you for the coverage. We can hear you, but we can see the random van and the wall. Green hearts. Be safe, and thank you again for being boots on the ground.
Did you really send him something?
Well, yeah. Have we met? Of course I did.
That's hilarious, Mom. Hilarious. I knew
filmed
you'd
him.
do it, but
Well, hell yeah. I talk to reporters all the time.
I swear we've had a full moon since Friday, so I'm just gonna say it's got to be something there. 100%, Siggy. 100%.
I get used to talking to reporters. When Telemundo reached out to me and they were like, can we use your footage? We'll give you credit for it. I was like calling my daughter-in-law going, hey, I need you to translate for me.
Right. I'll be honest, folks. I hated working on full moons. Full moons were crazy. It was nuts. I had more calls, more domestic calls, and more like weird situational calls than I had anything on full moon. Plus the average stuff that we would have too. Always busy. I always ended up working over the shift, like 5-6 hours over my shift, which was fine because I get overtime, but still, always busy.
I can't hear you. I'm working right now.
We can hear you though.
I can't hear you. I'm working right now. Okay.
I tried to tell him. Let's see if he saw the message yet. Live action. Y'all heard it here first.
I hope the guy doesn't start talking no personal business.
All right, he ain't
my,
seen
my hemorrhoids are driving me nuts today, Howie. I don't know what to do.
Oh, Lord, not hemorrhoids.
I'm just saying, if he starts talking that shit, I'm going to switch the channel. Is his people in the chat saying anything?
I don't know.
Hi, everybody. Nice.
It's called your mom. Carrie Pressula's in there. Booga Sugar. Oh, no.
Sicky. One of the ones with the ice pack in the middle.
There. I just left a message in the chat. Hopefully they'll see it. Kaylee just left a message in there too. Did you know your camera is facing the wall?
I DM'd him too. Should pay attention to his DMs on Twitter.
I just said, hey boss, we can hear you and the camera's facing the wall. There's other people in there going, hey Dago. I guess everybody's watching.
I can't. Here, let me make my thing big. I can't see it.
That's what she said.
I don't make it big. What? Oh, that's hilarious. Look at you.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yeah. See? Now they turned it around. Maybe that helped.
Yeah.
You're completely disorganized, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe that. I wonder if what I said helped.
Well, I don't want to show them. I don't want to show them. Well, I don't want to mention it. I don't want to show them.
Does he know he's live?
Over there, we're not going to show you. We're not going to show you that they're over there. We're not going to show you. Give them some privacy. We're not going to show you. They are told. We're not going to show you the members.
What the hell?
Give them some privacy, but we are told that they are members.
Of the family?
No wonder he didn't see his tweet. I think I'm in his back pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody get this man an AirPod.
Because if you show them, I'm afraid we'll see their faces.
Well, I got like 2 video shots of them.
Does he know he's live?
I don't think so.
How does it look if you, when you?
I don't have to zoom in.
Okay. Do you see that as people though?
Yeah.
Okay. Stand by.
Honey, you ain't standing by. We with you.
Now we are live here on Lock Raven
Oh.
and White Oak, Able Fox 45 News.
Here we go.
All right. Well, Fox 45 has been intentional in our coverage tonight with crews fanned out across the scene. Jessica Babb, Jeff Abel, Dr. Tyrone Powers, Daniels, who's at Shock Trauma, trying to give you every possible angle of this story. Keith, we're going to go back to you for any information that you might want to share with us.
Well, Kyle Maxine, I can tell you now that, again, at least two individuals brought here from that shooting to Shock Trauma. I want to be kind of sensitive here at this moment. We're not going to pan our cameras over, but several family members, I'm counting at least maybe 9, and I'm told that they are family members of at least one of those individuals brought here, from that shooting scene. There's a helicopter flying over at the moment, but we're not going to show the camera, but I see that they're hugging each other. They're, some people are crying and that kind of thing. But again, I am told that those are family members of at least one of the individuals who was brought here from that incident that happened in Towson. Now, again, the nature of these individuals' injuries, unknown at this hour. Personnel only told us, individuals that we talked to earlier did not release any of that information, only confirming that they did respond with a police spokesperson trying to get an update on the exact number of people who were shot. She told me that their detectives are going to be busy tonight going to the area hospitals. One of them, of course, Shock Trauma. Another one, we're told, Sinai. Going to those hospitals trying to determine the exact nature of those individuals who were hurt in that shooting. Police only saying now that 9 people were hurt. They're trying to determine the exact nature of those injuries, but they do say one individual is dead, the victim of a gunshot wound. And again, we have individuals now gathered here at Shock Trauma in the lobby here. We're told that they are family members of one of those individuals brought here to Shock Trauma, at least 2 of them. That's what we're learning so far at this hour. Of course, when we learn more, we'll bring it back to you. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Keith, thank you. A devastating night for a lot of families this evening.
It truly is. Christmas.
They're at a trauma center.
People are celebrating Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, all of these holidays, and it really is a sad time.
Yeah. Baltimore County Councilman Julian Jones releasing this statement here saying his thoughts are with the victims and everyone impacted by this violence. He is calling on the community to support those in need.
Stay with Fox 45 News as we continue to follow this breaking story on the Fox 45 News app. Scan the code on your screen or search WBFF in your app store.
Let's take another look at the scene along Lock Raven Boulevard as we head to break. 10 people shot, 1 person killed. We'll check back in with our live reporters when we come back.
So, from my understanding, what we've learned is that this neighborhood does not, this kind of thing doesn't happen in this neighborhood regularly at all. We have a local from this neighborhood in here too. Where did they go? Where did they go? Where did they go? Where did they go? Let me see something here. Hold on. What was the name again, Mom?
I'm looking.
I can't remember the name.
I'm terrible with names. Kind of, sort of.
That's it.
Lillers. Lilhurst.
Yes. Yes. They're local to the area. They have said the same thing. It's an upscale area. This type of thing doesn't happen. I was just a little floored when Mission Girl come in and said, "Hey, by the way, this is Luigi's hometown." I went, "Wow, okay." Too many things happen. I don't think it's related, folks, by any means whatsoever. It's just very strange. I didn't even know Towson, Maryland, existed until we found about Luigi, and now we're dealing with this. So, oh shoot, hold on. There's more sad news around the holidays. There's too much stuff going on. Too much negativity. We need to stop this shit already, please. All right, there we go. I think Taylor wanted to join us as well. Okay. And then we had also, from my understanding, there was a stabbing of was it a CEO that got stabbed today as well? Also, we had the CO, the prison guard that was killed in Texas. A lot of stuff going on today, guys. Bad stuff. Too much negativity.
Well, this is kind of cool. A prehistoric mastodon jaw was found in the backyard of a New York homeowner who spotted teeth sticking up out of the soil. That's kind of
Okay.
cool.
I thought you were going to say maybe they found a damn mastodon somewhere alive.
That would be freaking amazing.
Well, except for the people that have to encounter it. A mastodon.
It's a sweet baby.
Is it a giant elephant?
Yes, a hairy one.
Continuing to follow some breaking news out of Towson. One person is dead, 9 others hurt near a funeral home alone. Police confirm that several victims were taken to shock trauma. They believe this is a targeted incident and say there is no threat to the public tonight. We'll keep you updated on air and on the Fox 45 News app as we continue to learn more about this shooting.
If they don't have the person in custody, how can they say that?
Update on weather-wise, we are expecting some rain tomorrow. We're tracking this storm system out towards the central United States. It's on the way here.
I'm not watching their weather. I don't like when they say things like that without having the person in custody. That's my only issue, is how do you know that they're not going to come back through and do something again? That's a little endangering to me. Hello, Taylor. How are you, dear?
Pretty good, sir. How are you?
I'm great. I am great. Thank you for asking.
Crazy stuff going on in this world here as of lately.
I mean, I guess it's a daily thing, but there's a lot in the past few days really hitting home. A lot. As long as they're leaving the kids alone, I guess that's okay. Still bad stuff though, guys. Nothing is okay, but leave the kids alone. And then, did you hear the story, Mom, about the little boy that was found? Hey, time traveler, good to see you. We had his name was Jace. We had an Amber Alert on him, but he was found safe and taken home. Then there was a whole story about that I covered today on the morning show, about how they took him from his great grandmother, which is why he took off, and blah 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 blah. Some court issues going on and CSV stuff. It's like, good Lord Almighty, it's been crazy.
Was that the Amber Alert out of Florida?
I think it was Florida. Yeah, let me double check it real quick. Where's he at? I still have it in here. I just never. Arctic, was it Arctic that sent it to me? I think so. Yes. Why can't I never find Arctic in here? Why does the screen keep going black? They're having some problems over here at this station tonight.
They don't even know what the hell they're doing over there.
Doesn't seem
I
to
tried
be.
to help them out.
Hold on, y'all. Let me see. I think that's them, not me. Or was that Doodle? Probably Doodle that sent me that then. I knew it was one of the two. I get them from both directions, all directions. Sometimes I get lost on where it came from. Here we go. Hold on. Jace Saunders out of Tavares, Florida. Yes, dear. That's where it was.
Yeah, it was a custodial interference. I got what he
Right.
went missing, like 7 o'clock at night. I got the
Yeah.
Amber Alert at 3:30 in the morning.
Yep.
I
That's
like
when
to
we
have
got it.
jumped out of my skin
It's ridiculous.
because it doesn't matter if your phone's on silent or not. If it's an Amber Alert, it comes through. Oh
Yeah.
my Lord! I
I
like
have
to
a
jump
stupid
off the freaking bed.
All right, I'm gonna come back to this when they get their shit together. Hang on a minute here.
I have a stupid question. Did they ever find out that body that was found in the landfill there in Tennessee, male or female, age or anything?
I haven't seen any updates on it, but I will look for you.
The last I heard, they were waiting until they could contact family before they released any information. But I've
That's what
been
I think too.
focusing on a couple of people's that need help with missing flyers and search. So I've
All
been
right,
kind
guys.
of out of the loop.
Yep, that's same here. Here is what happened in Texas today. I'll give you guys this update while we're waiting on them to get some more information there. We can cover kill two birds with one stone.
Joe Fitzgerald, I'm a sergeant with the Ellis County Sheriff's Office. I'm a public information officer for the Sheriff's Office. Today we've called this press conference to discuss a tragic incident that happened yesterday in our jail. In a moment, our Sheriff, Brad Norman, is going to come up to we will be taking and right this time, I'm going to introduce Sheriff Brad Norman.
Where'd Taylor go now?
I don't know. I heard some ruckus and then she vanished. Poof.
Good morning. It's with great sadness that we stand here today and acknowledge.
Yeah, the shooting was yesterday, JC, for that was a school shooting, and we will be, or was it the day before? I think it was yesterday. I'll be updating you guys on that tonight too while we're in here. We got time. Good evening, Miss Amy.
The loss of one of our own. Isaiah Bias, 28 years of age, was a dedicated detention officer with over 6 years of service to the Ellis County Sheriff's Office, where he served as a detention officer from January 19, 2016 to December 15, 2016, at which time he left to go to attend Navarre College. Isaiah returned to us February 14, 2019, until his tragic death yesterday. Isaiah was an explorer with the Ellis County Sheriff's Office, Explorer Post number 106, for over 2 years before he was able to even serve in an official capacity. The officer's dedication to ensuring the safety and security of our community will never be forgotten. On behalf of the Ellis County Sheriff's Office, I want to express our deepest condolences to Officer Isaiah Baez's family, friends, and colleagues during this difficult time. The Ellis County Sheriff's Office is providing support to those affected by this devastating loss. As far as the investigation goes, on Monday, December 16th at approximately 3:45 p.m., the Ellis County Sheriff's Office personnel responded to an incident in the Wayne McCollum Detention Center, which is the Ellis County Jail, where an inmate assaulted detention officer Bias. Inmate medical personnel responded and began immediate life-saving procedures until members of the Waxahachie Fire Department and EMS personnel arrived. Isaiah was transported to Baylor Waxahachie, where he was pronounced deceased. The Texas Rangers are conducting an investigation into the circumstances surrounding this tragic event. The Ellis County Sheriff's Office is fully cooperating with their investigation to ensure justice is served for our officer and his family. Aaron Simeon Thompson, 45 years of age, from Ennis, Texas, has been charged with capital murder. Thompson was arraigned and issued a bond of $2 million. Most of the time, law enforcement officers and detention officers deal with good folks having a bad day. Occasionally, we deal with bad folks. I can honestly say that my staff over the last day has dealt with pure evil. May God bless Isaiah's family, friends, and colleagues. If you have any—
Where is this at, Amy? Good Lord, have mercy. We lock your door. Stay inside. Stay in here with us. Good Lord.
Any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them at this time. There may not be a lot that I can go on, or that I can expound on because of the ongoing investigation. But if you have questions, I will try to answer them.
Can you give us the details of the assault on your officer? Can you walk us through how it happened?
No, not at this time. He was physically assaulted.
Somebody answer the phone.
In a cell area, in a inmate holding facility, while the officer was doing his daily job.
Sheriff, I want to say I'm sorry for the condolences to each and every one of you in this room right now. Can you share a little bit more about who this officer was? I know you said he was young, but just who was he as a person and as an individual?
Hey, Walt.
Isaiah was 28 years old, and I first met him when he was about 14. He became an explorer. We have an explorer program at the Dallas County Sheriff's Office where 14 to 20-year-olds can become part of the agency. They ride with their officers. Occasionally they get trained by officers. They go to competitions, and he was in that for almost a little over 2 years before he actually became a full-time detention officer, when he became eligible to and old enough to.
Sorry, Amy, just stay locked inside.
And then he came to work for us in 16, like I said, for almost right at a year. And then he quit for a short time for a couple of years and went full-time and attended Navarro College. After he got out of college is when he came back to us in February of 19, where he's been ever since. I spent time with his family last night. His mom, his sister, and her husband. When Isaiah was a detention officer here, or excuse me, when he was an explorer here, his younger siblings, he's the oldest of the kids in his family, and the younger siblings actually came out and acted like actors, bad guys, when they would do scenarios, when they would do their training. And I walked in, and his sister said, "Yeah, recognized me from back then." But no, he was a very family-oriented person. His sister's baby is a week old, and was able to see the baby the day it was born. But yeah, we're extremely. Everybody here that worked with him in the jail loved him. He was one of the kind of guys that if you needed help, he'd come help you. Outstanding person. Yes, ma'am.
Sheriff, I'm so sorry for your loss. At this point, obviously, while your staff is trying to deal with coping with this, what is being implemented to help fill this gap right now as you try to navigate this, but also still deal with the duties that you have every day?
So we've got a mental health coordinator now for Ellis County. And she's been here. She was here last night. She's here now, as well as from members from North Texas Behavioral Health Authority are here, offering one-on-one counseling and that kind of thing to any of our staff. We're going to have everybody cycle through, and we would definitely want to get them whatever they need to be able to deal with this. It's a priority. Our priority in the jail is keeping our staff safe, and as well as keeping our inmates safe. And but yes, they're helping greatly in that way.
Can you say what the inmate was initially in jail for at this time?
Do we have that? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So Thompson was in our jail for 3 counts of assault on a public servant. He was also being held on an evading charge as well.
About how long was he here? Had he been here?
My understanding is that he'd come in early November of this year.
Sheriff, you mentioned that this officer started as an explorer, went to school to Navarra College for law enforcement. Talk to me about did you know anything of his future goals and plans? This was obviously a calling and not just a career.
Yeah, I know from a young age, from when he was an explorer here, when I first met him at 14 years of age, he wanted to be in law enforcement. And he came in to work for the jail. You can come to work in the jail at 18, where you can't be a peace officer in Texas until you're 21. So he came to work in the jail before he was able to be a peace officer. Whether or not we have a program here that you can step from being in the jail to being a deputy on the streets, and a process, a pathway to make that happen. Whether or not that was where he was going to go or not, I can't say for sure. I know he loved what he did. He loved the people he worked with, and everybody around him loved him. Law enforcement in some capacity was definitely a career choice that he made and he loved.
Sheriff, you had made a comment earlier regarding the suspect about pure evil. Can you go into more detail just regarding what happened yesterday and then obviously the other interactions that took place before this?
Yeah, when I mention pure evil, I'm talking about the person that committed this murder, and yeah, it was an act that he chose to do, and yeah, I think that's the definition. As far as going into more detail, no, ma'am, I'm not going to, because of the Texas Rangers and our staff are assisting him with this investigation. I can't go into a whole lot about that, but it was an assault from this inmate.
Exactly.
To Baez, and a horrific account.
Sheriff, can you tell us what's the next steps you guys are going to do from here?
So we've contacted the Ellis County District Attorney's Office, and the Texas Ranger obtained a warrant for capital murder. The ultimate decision will be made by the District Attorney's Office whether or not they seek the death penalty on this case. If I have anything to say about it, that's exactly what will happen. I believe they will ask my opinion as well as the ranger that worked this case. But the ultimate decision lies on the District Attorney's Office. Yeah.
Why is that your opinion?
Why is what?
That they should receive the death penalty?
Because it was a heinous, horrific, purposeful murder that was senseless and not needed. That's exactly why.
You mentioned this person had been in for assault on a public servant before 3 times, you said?
That's what he's in here for right now, before this new charge was added to him last night.
And then when someone with that history comes in, do you approach them differently? Are they treated differently?
You talk about in the jail? Yeah, yes. He was actually in a segregated area where he was in a single cell for 23 hours a day. He got to be out of a cell for 1 hour a day. This occurred when Officer Baez was putting him back into his cell after his 1 hour a day.
And Officer Baez was by himself when that happened, or was he with other officers?
I'm not going to go into that right now because of the investigation.
And is he still here? Or has he been transported elsewhere for now?
He has been transported elsewhere for now.
Can you say where?
Sorry, Sheriff, has
One more.
an incident like this happened in the department before? Or is this kind of like?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
What's on your heart, Sheriff? What's on your heart right now?
I'm sorry, I can't.
What's on your heart right now?
These questions are ridiculous.
His physical family and his family here at the Ellis County Sheriff's Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you.
Okay, folks, that'll end today's press conference. I appreciate you taking the time to come out. Thank you.
So some of these reporters ask some of the dumbest questions I've ever heard. I swear to God.
Don't they though?
They really do.
You know, like the neighborhood, it's naturally, for the most part, really quiet around here. You know, it's not too much commotion. past the regular stuff. But this is brand new. I've never seen this before.
Now, much of the gunfire is believed to have been fired all the way down White Oak Avenue, right there behind that fire truck and behind where that car. Earlier, officers were walking up and down White Oak, searching vehicles and sidewalks and front yards for evidence, looking for shell casings and anything that can lead them to the suspects. We are live tonight. Jeff Abel, Fox 45 News.
Jeff, thank you.
Fox 45's Keith Daniels is live right now at Shock Trauma. Keith, what are you learning about the victims?
Well, Kai, I can tell you at this
This
hour,
guy
two
again.
individuals were transported here from that shooting scene. Now, the nature of their injury, shoulder here, inside the lobby there, family members of at least one of the individuals that was brought here. I tried talking to one of the family members. Of course, they said that they just cannot talk at this hour. I don't know the nature of the injuries again, and family members were just simply unable to talk at that time, but we're told that they are family members of at least one of the individuals brought here from that scene. We've also seen Baltimore County police officers here. We saw the officers. They are here. We were told earlier that investigators will be at the area hospitals, this one and perhaps Sinai Hospital, visiting where those victims were taken to ascertain the exact nature of their injuries. Police only saying now at least 10 people hurt, 1 dead, 9 individuals hurt. Again, they're trying to determine the exact nature of those injuries. Investigators out all night tonight, they say, to ascertain that information. But what we can tell you, at least here at Shock Trauma, at least 2 individuals here. Again, the nature and of their injuries and their condition unknown at this hour, but we are told that they were, in fact, at that shooting incident, what police are calling a mass targeted shooting. We're live now at Sinai Hospital. Keith Daniels, Fox 45 News. I'm sorry, Shock Trauma. Keith Daniels, Fox 45 News.
All right, Keith, no, we understand it's been a long night
night.
and a lot of information to digest and piece together here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Keith. Great reporting. Baltimore County Councilman Julian Jones releasing a statement saying his thoughts on need tonight.
And we ask that you stay with Fox 45 News as we continue to follow this breaking news story on the Fox 45 News app. Scan the code on your screen or search WBFF in your app store.
This shooting is in
Let's take another look
Towson,
at
Molly.
the
It's
scene
in
along
Towson.
Loch Raven Boulevard as
Right
we
there.
head to break. 4 hours later, still very active after 10 people were shot, worse and killed. We'll check back in with our live reporters when we come back.
They're saying it's in Towson. That's where the funeral homes are listed as being too. Is in Towson or Towson, however you say it.
It's hashtagged all over Twitter as Towson. And there's some guy on there with the pronunciation is Tau, like a towel. Towson.
So
You're
look at
muted,
this. We know who Luigi is, of course. There's Mangionis all over this area here. Look at this. There, and there. Again, I'm not. Here's where this happened. Is right here. There's one that lives right there too, and 3 actually. Okay. Again, I'm not saying this is related, you guys. It's just very strange to me. Very coincidental is all I mean. So, wow. Interesting. Again, I don't think. Yes, and there. I don't think, and there's Parkville right there, Molly. So, I don't think there's any link to this. I mean, if there was, I have no idea how. It would make no sense to me, but it's just a very strange coincidence. Like I said, I never knew where Towson was until Linguini appeared. You know what I mean? Very crazy. Big time Quinn.
Say a car drove into the funeral home and caught fire. This all happening around 7:15 tonight. Several victims were taken to shock
That's
trauma.
new.
Fox 45's Jeff Abel is at the scene right now. He's been speaking to witnesses and nearby residents, describing what they heard and what they saw. Jeff.
We have been, and there have been plenty of them up and down White Oak and Loch Raven, where we are right now. In fact, you can see the scene very active still, even 2 hours after this happened. The vehicle overturned there on the side of the building, and the street all the way blocked off down White Oak Avenue and all the way up and down Loch Raven Boulevard. Now, we have been speaking to several witnesses. Some of them told us they have heard at least 30 gunshots fired during this scene tonight.
You guys
In fact,
can
one
hear
guy
me?
described it as an explosion.
Yeah.
Sounded like. We interviewed one witness who told us what exactly she heard while she was
I'm
sitting
right
in
here,
her
Paula.
living room a few moments ago.
Where'd you go?
We heard some noises out back in our yard, and the dog was like barking and wanting to get out there. And then when we walked down, we saw all this going on, and somebody said somebody was shot down here. And then we found out it was several people shot.
Now, much of the gunfire believed to have been fired at Loch Raven. That's where many officers were seen earlier searching cars, sidewalks, front yards, anything that looking for evidence that can lead to the people responsible for all of this. We're live now at White Oak and Loch Raven. Jeff Abel, Fox 45 News.
All right, Jeff, thank you. We appreciate your coverage and the coverage of all of our crews out tonight, and Dr. Tyrone Powers. You know, when something like this happens, sadly, social media is how we vent. It's how we communicate. Let's look on X and see what people are saying here. A shooting, we're going to kind of further some of those comments you saw earlier. A shooting in Towson tonight that's close to my children. I want action, not thoughts and prayers, action. We'll probably delve back into that tomorrow as we learn more information. Wow, a mass shooting just happened in Towson. Prayers go out to all the families. And here's another one. That's horrible. Not again, please. Somebody referring to other shootings that have happened. And last one here, someone says, insane.
My understanding was last week there was a shooting that happened. A little boy was killed.
Temperatures have dropped quite a bit right now. We are sticking right now to the 30s.
Yeah, it's cold there. The hell are you guys talking about dentures over here for?
It's Paula and Walt and their secret love-hate relationship.
The side show going on. We have the secondary show is the Paula and Walt show over here in the chat, guys. If I'm boring you, check them out. One way or another, we will keep you entertained here. Either way, it's always good when they're together in here. I love it. Keeps me entertained when I can catch up with what they're doing.
Paula couldn't see you, and Walt came out of left field with her dentures will be ready soon, and Paula wanted to know if Walt had been in the house and took her dentures when she wasn't home.
No idea. Let me see here.
Paula, at least it wasn't your drawers.
All right, let's see here. I'm also going to pull up something else while we're bouncing between this stuff here. So give me a What? Right, Barbara. Right.
It's Barbara.
Good Lord, Paula.
I can't with you two. I love it.
Good Lord. Okay, so there was another press conference. This is from the Wisconsin shooting. I guess there was another press conference earlier today that I didn't get. I missed, I think. So hold on. I'll show you guys that real quick too. This may give more information about this scenario that we may not have had. Bear with me. Let me find it. We don't have to stand here for an hour waiting for them to come to the microphone. Or is this the same? Is this the same one, or was this? Hang on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for.
Nope. Sorry, guys. Same one. I thought they dropped another one. So, what is Taylor doing? Playing musical streams? Her interwebs are trying to go out. Okay. All right. No problem, Taylor. Just be safe, whatever's going on. Hold on, guys.
First of all, Katie, you ruined her plan.
Let me see something. Here we go. Hold on.
He said he did not choose to shoot out of his dad's
that they are sharing at this point in time, but to be there as they continue to process this. Again, my message to my son and to his friends and to other families that have been reaching out is if you do feel that you have any information, if you feel like it might be something that would be helpful and you're not quite sure, you should still call Crime Stoppers. The smallest piece of information could be the last piece of information that we need. So don't second guess yourself. Please reach out to Crime Stoppers. Parents, support your children through this as they are navigating. It is a very confusing path for them. And my kids seem to know more than I do right now as this is going on because of the fact that that digital device is in their hands. And we need to help them know that they should be putting that down and slowing their worlds down as we're navigating our way through this. Thank you.
Sean from WRT.
I'm sure you've been on the phone continuously and have to make hundreds of calls. Could you talk about any conversations you've had with other MMSD or other schools in the area?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I have been in touch with the superintendent, and my staff have been in touch with his staff. I mean, initially, it was just making sure that everybody had all the same information and some strategizing collectively about how to make sure that MMSD schools were safe. You know, as the time goes on, you have seen this already, I'm sure, that MMSD is sharing information out with their families about how to support kids. They've shared information out with their faculty and staff about how to support kids going forward. That is something that we will continue to talk about, is how we can support, again, the students who I'm sure are confused, afraid, worried, the parents feeling the same, and of course our educators. That is part of the work going forward. I do also want to just recognize that there are schools, obviously, in our community that are not part of the Madison Metropolitan School District, and we are reaching out to them as well and making sure that they are supported and have the same level of resources. And that support is coming definitely from the state, but also from the county and the city, and will come more as we go forward. Do you want to add anything?
Cameron from WMTV.
There, yesterday when you guys briefed us, you told us that staff and students immediately left the building, some about the cars, some about clothes, all those things. So could you guys tell us what the status of the building is, and if there is a timeline in place for people to return back?
I don't have all of those details, but what I can tell you is that yesterday there was a process of folks leaving the building and then obviously being reunited with their families. The building is a crime scene and will be under investigation for some time to come now. But obviously, the police department will work with the school and the leadership at the school to do what they can to make sure that people have access to things that they need.
There were 2 in critical condition last I heard, Paul. I haven't heard any updates since then.
James from WISM.
Yeah, my question is for law enforcement and/or DOJ. Yesterday it was said, and I want to quote this, there are almost always observable behaviors before something like this happens. And I see Trish nodding her head. Can you share what observable behaviors specifically we see as this investigation unfolds from the suspect in this case?
So I think, again,
I want to address, because we did receive your question. I'm going to get in front of the microphones. As we mentioned earlier, any questions we can answer about the investigation, we answered in our update. So we cannot take any more follow-up questions about the investigation.
Are the observable behaviors in the social media accounts? That was not something that I.
So again, it's an ongoing investigation. MPD will share information that they can as they can, but we're not able to speak to the investigation.
Oh, he's being a bit of a dick.
All right, Anna from WPR.
Hi, can you speak to the decision and other Dane County school districts open today and whether it's going to change in light of that?
We don't have anyone from the school district here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's a question for the school district.
I can tell you that there are many families that chose not to send their children to school today. It didn't feel like a day that they could go to school again. That was a highly personal decision that individual families made. I honor local control. I honor our local governments and our school boards and our superintendents. And they are navigating this best as they can.
I don't think they should have had school today.
All right, David from the Journal Sentinel.
No, they shouldn't have. What the fuck?
About a timeline or any further information you give on
That school should have been shut down.
That school should be shut down for at least a week for these students to heal. What the hell kind of school district? Send your damn kids back to school after. I'm going to go back on
private school.
And would having one make a difference?
That's a question for Abundant Life. We can't answer that.
Would having resource officers, I'm told that Towson doesn't have resource officers in their schools. Is this something that would be?
So again, that's a decision that's made by the individual schools and school districts. So it's not something that we can speak to.
Brianna?
2 questions if I may. One, the police chief made a correction saying that it was actually a 2nd grade teacher who made that 911 call. Have officials been in touch with that teacher? Is there anything?
2nd grade student.
It wasn't a teacher.
There's nothing we can share at this point in time.
And then, are you?
Yeah, you ought to clear it up.
Protocol?
Who the hell is this lady?
How does the school monitor bullying? Do they have protocols?
Spokesperson for the
Again,
county.
we don't represent Abundant Life, and so we're not able to answer questions for the school.
Oh, well, that.
It was a 2nd grade
Anytime
student,
we have
not
a
a teacher.
spokesperson.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we got to wrap it up here. So we'll go. Mayor Conway, are you able to just say, right now we know the victims as students and teachers, nothing more. Can you just speak a little bit more to that? I understand you're trying to respect their privacy, but can you speak a little bit more to the personality? Were they engaged in sports? Were they beloved by the community?
I'm sorry, we can't share anything more at this time, and it's Rhodes Conway.
Excuse me. We really can't share that. Okay, so Adam from CBS 58.
Sure. So it's been 27 hours now. Why can't we share the identities of the victims?
It is my first priority, and I believe the priority of many of us here, to respect their privacy and their timeline. These are folks that have been deeply impacted by trauma and are grieving. And frankly, I think it should be up to them whether and if they want to share any personal identifying information with anyone at all. But it's not up to me. It's a law enforcement decision. And so when law enforcement.
What the hell is wrong with these
think that's
reporters?
appropriate, they will share that information.
The shooter was made yesterday. Do you know why the victims?
I don't know what the hell's wrong with either side.
She unfortunately walked out the door. Do you know when we'll be
Go
able
to Twitter. You guys can find the information you're looking for because people are already posting.
I mean, we've been sitting here for the last
Morons.
7 hours of that amendment. Why would you guys not have the proper people in place to answer some of these questions you guys, including the fire chief, have sat here and tried to say that you want to dispel rumors on social media. You want to make sure that you're giving factual information. We're asking questions that have been circulating on social media, including rumors about the victims. Why not provide clarification and actually have people here to answer those questions to set the record straight?
That's a good
I
point.
don't know how many times I can say this. We will share good factual information when we can. None of you is obliged to stay here. You're free to leave. You don't have to be sitting in this room if you don't want to.
What
We
a
will share
bitch.
information when we can. It's very important that that information be as factual as possible. All right, I'm going to say this and then we're done. It is absolutely none of y'all's business who was harmed in this incident.
Wow.
Please have some human decency and respect for the people who lost loved ones or were injured themselves or whose children were injured. Just have some human decency, folks. Leave them alone. Let them grieve. Let them recover. Let them heal. Don't feed off their pain. We'll share what we can when we can, and not before that. Thank you.
And obviously that press conference getting testy at the end there. You've been looking at this on your screen. This is a live image. Moving
Oh,
from
testy, yeah.
Wisconsin to Maryland now. We're talking about 2 mass shootings in 2 days. This is a live image from Towson, Maryland.
People
about
are
20
forgetting
minute
all
drive
about
south
it,
of
Barb.
Baltimore. Officials saying that 9 people have been injured. 1 person pronounced dead after a mass shooting at a funeral home on Tuesday night. Officials said that the first police officer on scene found a car on its side and on fire. The local fire department was alerted. You see the car there on its side still.
Exactly, Matahari.
Officers searched the scene and they found multiple victims, according to Fox 5 DC. 9 people injured were transported to area hospitals, and officials say there's no threat to the public. The shooting was intentional and targeted.
I wish
police
they'd
say.
stop saying
Also,
that.
we just lost that image.
Jesus, this channel is
But
like ass out
nonetheless,
tonight.
as I said, 2 mass shootings in 2 days. Police beginning their investigation of that mass shooting earlier today in Maryland, as we now take a live look at the New York City skyline. 11:30 on the East Coast. A live look at the White House.
Why the
as
hell are we
well.
looking at
It's
this
time for
shit?
us to step away for a break. We'll be right back.
Because clearly the cameraman, I'm telling you, they ate too many gummies before they went live tonight.
The whole world's fucked up tonight. Jesus Lord.
I'm like, what is this lady's fucking problem? The manifesto's already all over Twitter. The Discord conversations are all over Twitter. There are family members that are already posting about their kin to one of the victims. Like, when they don't tell people what's going on, that's what causes everybody to start sleuthing, as much as I hate that friggin' word.
Exactly. And that's where all the misinformation comes from.
We're seasoned with pressers. Barbara, he did. He ate too many damn gummies. Telling you. This, Cassie, it's coming from this crazy news station.
Shut him down. Shut him down.
Right, Donald?
This news station is whacked out tonight. Sorry, folks. My apologies.
Well, it's not your damn fault.
Something's going on.
Get their
tonight.
shit
Like I
together.
said, I think we got a full moon again. Taylor's gone again. All right, hold on, y'all. Let's try and do something else with this now. Jesus. I'm doing my best. Official goes off on the media. That's what we just watched. Good God, what is going on in Texas? Period. Look at this.
Texas, stay off the chain.
Watch this. This happened yesterday too. Here y'all go. Deep in the heart of Texas.
Good afternoon. I'm Al Jones. I'm the Chief of Police for the City of Arlington. I'm here today to provide our community with an update on the officer-involved shooting that occurred early morning hours on November 27th at the motel at the 900 block of North Collins Street. We'll be releasing relevant
Oh, this came out
portions
yesterday. I
of
should.
body-worn camera.
Where do we know this gentleman from? What case? I know his face.
As
I've
you'll
seen him
see
before.
soon, our officers were faced with a situation where an innocent person was in real danger.
What case have we worked out of Arlington?
Well, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, which case?
I mean, that's all I can think of.
Tell you like my mama used to say, everybody likes a little ass.
Not a smart ass. What the hell? The music is from Paula's VHS tapes of the Lawrence Walk. Oh, wow, Walt.
Danger. And they took swift action to help him. So on November 27th, approximately 12:23 hours, our officers were dispatched to a criminal mischief call at the shopping center in the 900 block of North Collins Street. The 911 caller reported that an unknown man was outside kicking the trash can and throwing items. Officers searched the area for the man, but could not find him. They cleared that call about 20 minutes later. Not long after that, about 1:03, we received another call from the area. This is from the neighboring motel. The 911 caller reported that an unknown man was banging on multiple doors at the hotel and causing a disturbance. We now know that both of those calls involved the same individual, 34-year-old Edgar Ayala Garcia. Surveillance cameras captured Mr. Garcia in the parking lot of the motel around the time our officers
Are you still in here, Amy
working the
Conway?
call at the shopping center.
If
He
so, are
appeared
you
to
okay?
duck behind several parked cars as the Arlington Police Department cars drove by.
She had shooting out right in front of her house and a stabbing, I guess, just a little while ago and was freaking out. So I'm just making sure she's okay.
As the patrol officers passed, he goes back to one of the back doors of the motel that was locked from the outside. Video shows that he tried to get through the door by hitting it with a hard object like a brick or a rock. He was unsuccessful. Then he goes to another locked door at the motel and began kicking. A guest staying at the motel heard the noise, goes to the door, and ultimately lets Mr. Garcia inside. We have spoken to this guest. He did not know Mr. Garcia. He told officers he was heading that way to go out to his car in the parking lot. He heard the banging, saw the man, and opened the door. Once inside the hotel or the motel, Mr. Garcia made his way to the third floor. Surveillance camera captured him kicking multiple doors in the hallway. A guest staying in one of the rooms opened his door to see what was going on. Mr. Garcia then forced his way into the room and displayed a knife. From there, the two men got into a physical struggle. We're going to be showing you the surveillance footage that I described. Please note that the video does not have audio.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Just in case.
If you look at the top right corner, you'll see Mr. Garcia moving behind the cars.
The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. Oh, there he is. I'm like, where the hell's this dude at? And he appeared in a little yellow box. He's in the box. He's living in a box. Living in a cardboard box. He's living in a box.
Little boxes on the hillside, little boxes made of ticky tack.
Please don't mind me tonight. I've been awake since 4 a.m.
Dude, I took a nap last night and I woke up and I didn't go to bed till 4 o'clock this morning. I was in a rabbit hole on TikTok. Public service announcement. If you are new to TikTok, it's quite addicting at 3 o'clock in the morning, apparently.
When you start scrolling through it at any hour, yeah, that's why I don't go there. I just start.
I could not stop.
I caught myself one time scanning through it on accident. It showed up on Facebook or something, and I linked it, and I start scanning through it, and 2 hours later I look up at the clock like, what was I doing? 2 hours. I lost 2 hours. It's a bad thing.
Dude, he woke up and he was like, go to bed, put your phone down. I sent you another story in Discord.
Thank you, Mom. Appreciate it. What the hell is this guy doing? Oh, why is he trying to get in here so bad? Mething, or is this in?
Hell, I don't know. I'm just assuming.
America. Are you serious, bro? Because that's going to do anything. Oh, wait, is he putting a hole in the glass? It looks like he might. Oh, here comes somebody. You see the hole I'm doing? You see? You see the hole? You going to let me in? Why is this guy naked? Where's your shirt at, bro?
Don't let random people in, man.
That's why
That's
there's
why
a
the
lock.
damn doors are secured.
Yep.
What? No.
Go put your shirt back on. He wasn't going out to his car. Liar.
They let him in.
Now he's kicking other doors.
Hell to the no. Mm-mm.
What are you guys over here talking about? Cinnamon
Where the hell's
toast?
security?
Pay attention, children.
Cinnamon toast. Oh, cinnamon toast. I thought you said cinnamon toes. I thought the chat done took a right turn.
Are you okay, Mom?
No, I'm sleep deprived and I was sick as hell all day.
Mm.
And I drank orange juice.
Holy shit.
Dude, what the hell?
Just yanking somebody out of his room. He just tried to yeet the guy across the hall.
You'll see the knife in Mr. Garcia's.
He's got he's got a knife in his hand. Kick him in the nads.
That's what I'm voting for. A swift
Right?
kick to the...
Yep.
The eggs there. I'm gonna have scrambled eggs by the time I'm done with you, bub. Probably look like Swiss cheese. Oh, he's back.
While this was going on, 2 Arlington officers arrived at the motel in response to the 911 call about the man banging on the door. As they searched the motel, they got to the 3rd floor and can hear the motel guests screaming for help inside his room. At this point, the officers announced themselves as police officers and attempted to kick the door open. Moments later, the motel guests opened the door while trying to defend off the attacker. The officers could see the guest bleeding and had cuts on his arm. You'll see relevant portions of body-worn camera footage from both officers showing the encounter. For those of you who are streaming live, I warn your audience, viewers' discretion.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free.
If you might get sick, you might want to cover your eyes.
Is advised.
There might be blood.
You're the fool that let him in the damn door. We recognize your shorts.
What term are you in? You're 120? $274. Can you go ahead and get a third round of whatever? Here, down here, Bob. Somebody's in the stairwell.
Thank you, Miss Sherry.
Is this the body cam?
Yes, ma'am. Get ready, folks. It might get bloody here in a minute.
316. 274 is the next unit. See if you can get a rubber key to that room.
This happened November 27th. That was 4 shots.
Clear the room. Clear the room. Might be inside now. Hello.
Holy shnikes, Batman. This guy had a knife in his hand, was attacking the gentleman in the hotel room. The police got to the door, heard it, came in, and the guy must have came at them with the knife, even though they told him to drop it, and it didn't happen. So they fired 4 shots.
It's gonna be a minute, but yeah.
For anybody that didn't catch that. That's why he's doing this press conference now, so he can show everything that happened, because I'm guessing people are making a big deal about it. I'm gonna say I'm guessing that this is justified if the man came at the police with a knife. That's just my opinion, as I have opined about it. People are losing their damn minds, you guys.
That's why if you stay in a hotel room, don't unlock your damn door.
No.
If somebody's coming to see you, make sure they call you.
Yeah, right. And if you hear somebody
And
kicking
use
your
the peeper
door,
hole
use the phone. The peeper hole.
to beat the shit out of them with it. I mean,
Yeah, I know what you mean. Right, Mike. People are losing their damn minds, folks. I'm serious. Jesus. No. Lot. Trigger warning again, because I don't know what you're going to see from this angle. This is the other officer.
Drop the knife right now! Get him! Let's get out here! Get out here! Get out here, man! Get out! Get out right now! Get out! Get out! The knife's away. The knife's away. Look at the room. Look at the room. Clear. Clear.
It's been happening more recently, Terry, than it used to. That's for sure. Jesus, they even slowed it down? Damn.
Drop it right now! Drop the knife! Drop the knife right now!
Oh, I know why they're doing this. They need to justify this man being shot. That's why they're doing this.
As you just saw, once the motel guest opened the door and the officers could see Mr. Garcia holding a knife, they gave multiple commands to drop it, and he didn't comply. I want to know, you can hear Mr. Garcia say, "I have a hostage." He also tells the officer to shoot him. Both officers fired their service weapon multiple times, striking Mr. Garcia. The motel guest made it out safely. Following the shooting, officers provided aid to Mr. Garcia until paramedics arrived and took over. He was transported to the hospital where he later was pronounced deceased. The motel guest was also transported to the hospital where he was treated by doctors and released. No officers were injured. We have determined that the two men didn't know each other. The attack by Mr. Garcia appears to be random. We don't know why or what his intent was when he entered the room. We have not ruled out the possibility that he was under some type of influence of drugs at the time. We'll know more about that once the toxicology screen comes back. A criminal and administrative investigation into this incident is ongoing. Per department policy, both officers were placed on administrative leave after the shooting, but since have returned to their normal shifts. We will not be releasing their names. I can tell you both officers were males. One of them have been with the department for 6 years, and the other one was the department for 2. With that, I'll open up for questions.
Do you think the man involved in the incident, Mr. Ayala, I believe his name was, is he known to police, and did he have any? Do you suspect he was having any type of mental health crisis during the?
I don't know. Well, I'm not sure what he was having. I'm not sure if he was under the influence of drugs or not. But what I can tell you, we have been in contact with Mr. Garcia. Back in September, he was arrested for deadly conduct, dealing with the domestic incident here in the city.
It did seem like he knew who he was going after, too. That was a little weird.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so there's that. Texas is on the map, and they're on the map for sure. Sheesh. Yes, I am I am Dago Claus tonight, Mikey. Hose, hose, hose. Okay, back to the other. Where are we at here? Do, 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 do. I think Doodlebug went to bed. She comes in, it's late. She's like, I'm out, peace, and goes snoring away.
Doodle's here.
I think she went to bed.
No, she just said hi to Terry.
Did she?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be. Are you sure?
Yeah. Doodle's sneaky. She be sneaking in from the bushes.
I know, she's very sneaky and quiet, always. Well, I'll be. Okay. The hell are you guys talking about? Peepholes and all sorts of. What the hell, you guys are nuts tonight. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Let's see what else we got going on here with Fox. Fox is on fire. There's the doodle. I see you, Duty.
For this press conference to begin there in Towson, Maryland, about a potential mass shooting investigation.
Nope, this is old. Sorry, hold on.
From WJZ, this is breaking news.
Good evening. I'm Chief Robert.
That's not live. Let me find it.
And one thing we do know is that we
Here we go. Sorry.
heard from County Executive Johnny Olszewski, and the word that comes to mind when he spoke today was shocking, saying that this just is something they're not used to seeing in this Parkville, Towson area. Let me give you an idea and set the scene for you a bit. If you're familiar where the old Bell Lock Diner is, Total Wine, that's right on the other side of Joppa Road. We are on Loch Raven, and that Johnson Funeral Home is about where you see all those flashing lights. It has been like this the entire time we've been here. I think we got here probably a little bit after 8:30, and not much has changed. We've seen a tow truck go by not that long ago, presumably to address the car that's involved with this. This car is, from what we hear, is on its side, flipped over now from the incident that took place. And like you said, Andre, a lot more questions than there are answers. Standing by to help maybe fill in some of the blanks for us is Kyrie Stewart. Kyrie, I was listening in to that press conference as it went in, and I'm sure you heard the same. It's interesting. A lot of questions from reporters, and still, this is an active scene looking for some of those answers throughout the night.
Yeah, and that's what we're still waiting for. We had tons of questions about all of this. But like you said, we have 10 people, 9 injured, 1 dead. We had the police chief out here. We had the fire chief out here as well. County Executive Johnny Olszewski was out here. Here is what we know so far. So during that press conference, they said that at around 7:12, they got the call. Police got the call of multiple gunshots near the 8500 block of Loch Raven Boulevard. When they got there, they found that car on its side and they found it on fire. And of course, firefighters, they came, they quickly put out that fire, and that's where they found those 10 people. Again, 1 dead, and right now 9 others are recovering at different trauma centers all around our area. So like we've been saying, really more questions than answers. We all asked pretty much about how this all started, what led to that vehicle catching on fire, exactly how many people were shot and how many were just injured in the fire, or even really just the relationship and ages between all of those victims. Those are all questions that we've been asking and we're still waiting for questions on. But the county executive, he spoke just about how these kinds of incidents really impact the community. Take a listen to what he had to say earlier.
I will just say that this is an incident that is shocking, particularly for those of us in Baltimore County. These types of incidents are unheard of here, and so it really shocks the conscience. However, we want our residents to know that we are, as always, fully committed to ensuring that both our fire and police departments have the full support and all the resources that they need from Baltimore County government to ensure that they bring this investigation to conclusion. Obviously, it's very early on, but our hearts go out to anyone who's impacted by violence. We will be supporting our public safety officials in the work ahead. And I just thank them for the work that they're doing now and that is ahead. So.
This is something that's definitely left a lot of people in this community shocked. We were actually the first news crew on the scene, and I was talking to some neighbors about this. And I remember one neighbor told me that he heard several gunshots and he was just shocked by all of it. A couple of other things that I do want to mention that the police chief told us. He says that right now, this appears to be targeted, and he does not believe at this point, of course, all of this could change, but he does not believe at this point that there's any threat to the public. He did say that multiple bullets did strike that funeral home as well. He couldn't tell me exactly how many, but he said that, of course, they're still out there collecting evidence. And, as this all remains under investigation, they're asking anyone who may have heard anything, who may have seen anything that can help their investigation to give them a call. Reporting live here in Baltimore County, Kyrie Stewart, WBAL TV 11 News.
Kyrie, thank you very much. Now we're going to swing things back to 11 News anchor Jason Newton.
And Jason, more now from you on how the community is reacting tonight.
Yeah, and when you hear the description as Kyrie was giving, and we heard also from the county executive and the police chief as well, they described this rolling shooting situation. They called it a rolling shooting situation, gunfire from these cars. Now, listen, I've been on this road. We're not far from a Target, not far, McDonald's, not too far away as well. And again, that corner where Total Wine is, it is an active area with a lot of people. So you can imagine, for folks who live nearby, this is not something they're used to hearing.
At least 16 shots we heard go off. So it was a little close to home, but everybody's all right. But yeah, that was about it. It was just crazy. They come down here, smoke was all up in the air, and 2 cars we found out were flipped.
And the chief also saying that they had gotten calls from several different areas that they wanted to investigate because folks could hear those gunshots. Let me give you a look at the scene one more time because this is active right now. They said what you see right now will happen throughout the night as they continue to investigate that car that's on its side. And then they say in the daylight hours comes tomorrow, the crime lab will probably remain to see what this scene looks like in the morning. As Kyrie was saying, the building hit by bullets and that gunfire, so they'll probably want to reassess in the daylight. And again, they're asking for help from the public. If you have seen anything, if you maybe have Ring camera video, or perhaps you are in the area and may know what have happened, this is a chance. See something, say something is the message that's coming from the Baltimore County Police Department. Here in Parkville, Jason Newton, WBAL, TV 11 News.
Okay. So that's what we know at this point. We probably won't know more till the morning. I doubt they're going to put anything else out tonight. So that being said, what do we have here? Speak, Mom.
Yes.
What did you think about all these?
I think the people done gone crazy. But
Yes.
it's the holidays, and this is what I was saying earlier. I was on Twitter. I don't even remember who I was talking to. I was talking to somebody on Twitter. Anyway, it don't matter. And I said, it's the holidays. It's time for all this crazy stuff to start happening because people get stressed out. Money gets tight. Like there's a whole pool of things that happen that cause people just lose their damn minds.
Yeah, but this shit wasn't this crazy last year. I'm telling you right now. I remember this, and this week has been insane. Period. The past 2 weeks have been the whole past 2 weeks. Yeah.
It's usually quiet in the wintertime. I mean, like normally in the wintertime, you don't have a lot of missing trending people because people are not outside. And it's just been one damn thing after another. Every time you open your computer or open your phone or check for an update, it's like, damn.
There's something new.
What the hell is all this?
Yes, it's crazy. All right, so here's an update from 13 minutes ago, but it's probably going to be an update from yesterday that they've updated again. We'll see.
Breaking news in Madison, Wisconsin. Investigators now say a teenage girl carried out a mass shooting at Abundant Life Christian School. The call went out around 11 o'clock this morning, and officers found the shooter dead inside the school. A teacher and the 17-year-old female student were both killed. Paramedics rushed 6 others to a hospital nearby, and 2 of them are in critical condition right now. This afternoon, we're hearing from neighbors who live near that school, and as ABC's Melissa Adon reports, FBI agents are on the scene in Madison trying to find a motive.
Police and other emergency responders rushing to a school in Madison, Wisconsin, where police say a shooter opened fire.
Today truly is a sad day for Madison and for our country.
It happened just before 11 a.m. local time at Abundant Life Christian School. John Diaz de Leon lives right across the street.
I never saw so many police cars in my life, just blue and red lights lining the school, lining the street.
Calls came into 911 of an active shooter.
You could see students being let out of the school. Some of the older students were running across the parking lot to the church sanctuary. And then later on, very slowly, in a more orderly fashion, the younger students holding hands were let out.
The police chief says officers found multiple people with gunshot wounds and worked to secure the scene. Madison police say they found the suspected shooter, a juvenile, dead inside the school.
We know that the suspect shooter was a teenage student who attended the school. 2 other people have died. That died were a teacher and a teenage student.
Parents running into a reunification site to get a hold of their children.
I bring my daughter to school knowing, well, that this happens in the world, that people are struggling, and I pray for my daughter's safety. I pray for the entire school safety.
I think we can all agree that enough is enough. And we have to come together to do everything we can to support our students.
Police are just beginning their investigation to pinpoint a motive for the shooting and how it happened. According to the Gun Violence Archive, this is the 112th school shooting in this country so far this year. Melissa O'Don, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Developing in Madison, Wisconsin, community members holding a vigil tonight, mourning those killed in the shooting at Abundant Life Christian School Monday.
They're beginning to process their trauma as police investigate the suspect. And WGN's Jenna Barnes is joining us tonight with the very latest.
That suspect is a 15-year-old girl. Police are trying to figure out what motivated her violence. Tonight, we're hearing for the first time from a student who was just 2 doors down from where that shooting unfolded.
In my heart, feel lonely.
Their grief lit by candlelight, Madison neighbors came together in song and prayer for the Abundant Life Christian School community.
It is okay to not be okay right now.
Monday, during a study hall, a 15-year-old shooter killed a classmate and a teacher and injured 6 others before taking her own life. The school serves about 400 students from pre-K to 12th grade.
You never really realize how much something like this will affect you until it happens.
Naomi Allen is one of them. She says she and her classmates heard the gunshots and hid in the corner of their room as their teacher whispered to them.
I saw the assistant principal duck into the room next to ours. There was only one room between my class and where the shooting occurred. There was blood on the floor and down the stairs.
Naomi says she's only just beginning to process that trauma, and she felt like she should be here with her community.
We will never be the same, but we will get through this.
Police are working to answer the question, why? They say the motive could have multiple factors, and they're investigating whether bullying.
The thing that kills me with this is a 7-year-old child, or I don't know, Mom, what age are you in 2nd grade? 7, 8?
2nd grade, yeah, it's 7 or 8-ish, because I think they go to school at 5 now? They come out of pre-K and go to into kindergarten. So yeah,
5 is
7,
kindergarten.
8
6,
years old.
8, 2nd grade. Made the phone call to 911. Jesus Christ! I mean, guys.
Yeah, can you imagine a 2nd grader? I mean,
No.
oh my god!
No.
And this is the reason why, I get both sides of it. Don't give your kids phones. Your kids don't need devices. Horse shit, they don't need devices. I'm sorry, absolute horse shit. They don't need devices. This right here should be enough for people to say, oh, damn, I should probably go buy my kid a straight talk phone
Enough.
from Walmart.
Enough, right? And good night, Siggy. No sorries needed. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow, dear. I mean, can you imagine what was going through that child's mind? Hey, here's
No,
the
I'm
other
sure
side
they're
of it.
freaking terrified, but that kid's a hero, dude. That kid's an absolute hero for calling. Like, I mean, I'm
Of
sorry,
course.
that's just the way I feel about it. And then for that lady to stand there and say, "A teacher?" No, bitch, we already know it wasn't a teacher, because the sheriff or whatever he was, the dude that did the original press conference, his exact words were a second grade student. The man paused. He said, "I want
Said a
that to
poor
soak
guy.
in."
Yep.
A second grade student.
Now, that's why, and think about that, folks. When we were 8 or 9 years old, we were never worried about having to call 911 because there's going to be somebody in our school shooting it up, ever. This is what life has become for children. They're trained to do this now. This is
They
not
go
what the
through
life.
these drills. Like, this is
Exactly.
it's normal for them to go through the active shooter drills.
Exactly. That is so saddening to me. It is absolutely saddening to me. Have a great night, Siggy. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, dear. So, unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, and that child is probably going to have some form of trauma for at least for the rest of their childhood. Okay. It's absolutely awful, JC. Absolutely. It's horrible to me. It's just insane.
Could be among them. Officers are looking into an unverified so-called manifesto that's circulating online.
We have detectives working today to determine where this document originated and who actually shared it online.
Police searched the home of the suspect,
Her
removing
boyfriend
documents
did.
that could lead to a conclusion. The chief says the suspect's family is cooperating, allowing them in without a warrant. The ATF is now working alongside police to trace where the handgun used in the shooting came from, as Madison mourns.
Violence in our community is preventable. We must not stand silent, but instead be moved.
That house didn't look like hang on a minute. It looks a bit of a mess. You see how the windows all trashed right there, and screens are laying all over the ground. And I mean, I'm not saying, I don't know. She said something about her parents were scum, and she got the gun because of ignorance, lies, and the stupidity of her father. So that there's something going on with the parents, in my opinion, too. You're right, Mom. There's something's not right within the home here, obviously. Are the parents drug addicts? What's the deal? We don't know. You know, we're not, and I'm not trying to start no rumors. I'm just saying we don't know, and I'm sure it's going to come out. Her friends have stepped forward saying she was an amazing person, and that the one friend of hers that spoke out said that the father needs to be locked up. So something will come out at this point, I'm sure. I don't know. Krista. Oh, sorry. All right, on we go.
Violence in our community is preventable. We must not stand silent, but instead be moved to action.
Madison officials are not yet releasing the names of the victims. They're asking instead for privacy for the families who are mourning. Guys.
All right, thanks for the latest, Jenna.
Tonight, hundreds gathered to honor the victims of a school shooting in Madison, Wisconsin yesterday. A teacher and a student were killed when police say a 15-year-old girl opened fire with a handgun in a classroom during study hall. 6 others were injured. Investigators say the shooter died after turning the gun on herself. And tonight, emotional support dogs were there to help the grieving as the community looks for a way to move forward.
What I plead to you tonight is that we find a new way, a deeper way, a more meaningful way to connect with our community. Children to children, children to staff, families to families. We need to connect like we are tonight, each and every day.
Police are looking into social media accounts believed to belong to the shooter. It shows signs of a gravitation toward potential neo-Nazi violence and engagement in forums about mass shooters. They say the girl's parents are cooperating with their investigation.
Okay, so we're going to see a part of this again because I missed what started this. I want to know who this woman is. We didn't catch who she was, so. That's what I don't understand. Whatever this girl was going through, I feel for that, okay, as a child. But why did those two people that you probably had no idea who they were, had no relationship with, have to leave? Why did they have to die too? Because of what you're going through. That's the part that is wrong about this whole thing, okay? The worst part. They didn't need to. That was a teacher, a mother, probably a wife, a daughter, and a child that had nothing to do with you, that didn't have anything to do with the issues you were having at home. Jesus, I'm so tired of seeing this shit happen. I want to know who this is. That's why we're watching this part of this again.
Good afternoon. If we have to do that, we certainly will. I encourage all parents, all family members, I'm grateful and profession for their act of selfless public service. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to start where the chief ended, which is just asking everyone in this room and within the sound of my voice to take a minute. It's been an incredibly difficult 24 plus hours at this point in time. We're all human, including each and every one of you in the media who is covering this really tragic event. Please remember that you're human and take care of yourselves. We all need to do that. Drink water, take a moment, access whatever mental health resources you need.
Who is this telling people to drink water and then she goes off on some? Who is this woman? Anybody? She didn't announce herself or nothing. He didn't say her name. I don't get it. I'll find it out. Thank you, JC. I'll figure this out. But I'm just curious who she is.
Because that's our job now, is to take care of ourselves so we can take care of each other and our community. Yesterday, the Madison community experienced a terrible and traumatic event. If there's any positive in it, it's that the educators at Abundant Life, our local law enforcement and first responders, and our community partners were prepared to respond. They acted without hesitation to protect our children, and I'm grateful and humbled by their actions. It's a day that I hoped never would come to our city, but like so many other communities, here we are. We will never be the same, but we will get through this together. I want to ask again that everyone, please respect the privacy of the victims, their families.
Is she the mayor? Okay, that answers some questions then. I had no idea. She is rude. That is true.
And those in the Abundant Life community. Right now, our full focus is on caring for those impacted. First and foremost, the victims and their families, the Abundant Life students and educators, our first responders, students and educators across the city who woke up this morning and went into a school building, not knowing if they would come home tonight. The incredible bravery of that act. And all of our students and educators are feeling scared and vulnerable.
Madison, Wisconsin, tomboy.
We are also trying to care for our whole community because I believe we are all fearful and grieving and impacted. The City of Madison is working closely with Dane County, with community partners, with state and federal government resources to provide support and counseling to all those affected. I want to direct folks to a new city resource website that's available at cityofmadison.com/resources, which includes trauma-informed community resources, updates, community mental health resources, and information about vigils, other public events, and where folks can donate to support the Abundant Life families in our community. I want to highlight two things that are also on that website. And once again, that website is cityofmadison.com/resources. If you wish to support the families, the request is that come in the form of financial support through a site set up by the United Way of Dane County. You can visit unitedwaydanecounty.org, or you can text HELP
Thank you, Tom Boy.
for ALCS to 40403. Again, that's help, numeral 4, ALCS, to 40403. The community is also invited to a vigil tonight by the Bell Phillips statue at the Capitol at 6 p.m. Again, that's at the Capitol building by the Bell Phillips statue at 6 p.m. I would ask that everyone, and particularly the folks in this room, please avoid spreading misinformation, particularly via social media. Please vet what you share, even if your wish to share is well-intentioned. There's so much that we do not know at this point, and we have to allow law enforcement the time and space for a careful and methodological investigation. Let them do their jobs. And above all, please respect the victims.
Thank you, Mikey.
Respect the families. Respect the school community, particularly on social media. I want to say a huge thank you again to all of our partners and those across the country who have reached out, offering support and well wishes, including President Biden, who I talked to yesterday, Senator Baldwin, who I talked to yesterday, Congressman Pocan, Governor Evers, who called, and many others at every level of government and all across our community. I want to thank most particularly our first responders and everyone who mobilized yesterday to help, and certainly Madison Police Department and the many law enforcement agencies that were mobilized, Madison Fire Department, the Sheriff, the State Patrol, the FBI, the ATF. I want to thank our hospitals that cared for the victims and the medical staff there. I want to thank Dane County, in particular, Emergency Management and the Victim Services Unit. They have been incredible.
Brian, what the heck are you talking about, bud?
They, without hesitation, made their facility available to us. They canceled all appointments. They rearranged the facility. They put their staff at our disposal to make sure that the Abundant Life families could be reunited with their students. I couldn't be more grateful to them. I want to thank the United Way, both for setting up the donation site and for mobilizing resources across our community. I want to thank the Red Cross and the Salvation Army, the religious leaders who came to the reunification site yesterday from across our community, and all of the community organizations and businesses that donated food and resources to the families and are still now offering support for our community. There are so many people who have offered support, resources, help, and well wishes, and we are grateful to every single one of them. I want to end where I started, which is centering our collective humanity. We all have to take care of ourselves so that we can take care of each other and our community. Whatever your belief or tradition is, I would ask that you find a way today, tomorrow, in the coming weeks, months, and years to be kind, to give grace, and to find ways, big or small, to help make our community a safer place for all of our children. Thank you, and I'll turn the podium to the county executive.
Sorry, before you go, can you
Will
introduce
answer
yourself?
questions.
No,
Oh,
introduce
I'm
yourself and give us a spelling bee.
I'm sorry, I forget that you're not a local. My name is Satya Rhodes Conway. I'm the mayor of Madison. That's Satya, last name RHODES-CONWAY. Satya Rhodes Conway, mayor of Madison, Wisconsin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm County Executive Melissa Agard, MELISSA, AGARD. It's unfortunate that we are still having to navigate this absolutely horrific situation in our community. I come before you today as a community leader, as a mom, as a fellow Dane County resident, and like many of you, someone who is continuing to process what unfolded yesterday at Abundant Life Christian School and across our community. My heart aches for the students and families and teachers and the first responders at all levels, from the 911 officers to the folks that are at our coroner's office. Every single one of us has been impacted in an unimaginable reality by this situation. Our kids, my kids, teachers across our community, and in fact, across our nation, had to wake up and go to school today, and that was an act of bravery. Parents dropping their children off at after what we witnessed yesterday took an act of bravery and a belief in our community. And that's a bravery we should not have to put on the shoulders of our children and our families in our community. Let me be clear. These everyday actions that we have all experienced over the last 24 plus hours should not require bravery. They should be routine and joyful, especially at the end of a year, wrapping up a semester. Our kids should be laughing and learning and thinking about pajama day as they're heading into the holiday season. But right now, that's not the case. And right now, it's okay to not feel okay. It's how we move forward. And for some, the weight of this tragedy is overwhelming. I'm sure they're feeling sad and anxious and numb. We've heard that even from our police chief. And for others, they might just be feeling a little bit off, unsettled by the images that our news coverage is delivering to them in the fast-breaking social media world. And it's playing on repeat. And I'm grateful for what it is that you all do. But this is impacting people in a different way. And I want you all to know, and people across our community, that their feelings are valid and they are not alone. Seeking support, talking to someone you trust, simply admitting that you're not okay is not a sign of weakness. It's actually a sign of strength. And whether you're feeling hopeless or scared or just not quite yourself, know that there are resources here in Dane County and in our community that will be here and continue to be here to support you in order to help people move forward through the healing process. Believe me, we are in this together. That is the Dane County way. That's what we do best. Through painful conversations and tears and hugs and vigils, we're going to heal. We're not going to be the same, but we're going to heal. Part of that process is setting aside complacency and demanding change. As someone who served 12 years in our legislature and had a front row seat to the inaction of addressing gun violence in our communities, I'm not stepping aside from that mission in my life. There's going to be public debate about the motives and other aspects of this mass shooting, but let us remember this fact. Gun violence is the #1 killer of children in this country. That's a legacy we cannot accept. We cannot accept that. Part of the reason I feel so pained by this tragedy is that mass shootings feel like something that's ominous and hovering, and we're all wondering where and when the next one is going to occur. And guess what? It happened here. It happened right here. And I am so proud
Good night,
of
Paula.
the folks that I work with at the county and that the mayor works with in the city and our partners at the federal, state, and local level, and how it is that we stepped up and responded to support people. Could we do better? Could we do different? I am sure. But did we do well? I am proud of the work that has been done in this community over the last 24 hours. And I assure you all today that we are going to continue to work like hell to stop future tragedies and to support our community that has been harmed by these actions. And for anyone that's out there listening, anywhere in this amazing world that we live, whether you're grieving or you're scared or you're angry or you're unsure or you're curious, take care of yourself, take care of the people who you love and whose lives you touch. Talk to someone, anyone. If you're not comfortable calling a number, there is someone in your life you can reach out to. No one is alone through this. We are strong in Dane County, and together we're going to get through this. And I know that there are questions that we all want answers to. And I'm hopeful that we will have those answers sooner than longer. But please give us the time to do this right so that we can learn how to prevent this from happening in the future and support those that have been most impacted in our community. We are doing everything in our power at all levels in a collaborative way to prevent this type of pain from ever happening again in our community. Can I assure that? No, but we are going to work as best as we can to that end. So thank you to each of you for carrying these stories, for taking care of yourselves, and for delivering these messages to the people in our community that just want one more piece of information. Thank you for being here.
All right. The county executive and I will take some questions. We obviously cannot answer questions about the investigation, but happy to take others, and we'll turn to Dylan.
Sure. Lucas from the State Journal.
Mr. County Executive, as a former lawmaker, can you just talk generally about what the laws are in Wisconsin in terms of children's access to guns?
Our laws in Wisconsin are far too lax when it comes to access of guns by children. And I do believe that we should have safe storage laws. We should have background checks. We should have red flag bills. We should be providing adequate support for everyone in our community when it comes to behavioral health. People should not be waiting when they raise their hand and ask for help. And there should not be stigma surrounding people who are asking for that help. Our schools should be adequately funded. Our Department of Justice has an Office of School Safety. They don't have enough resources, and that is on the legislature. there is a lot of action that can be taken in the Wisconsin State Capitol, but this is a conversation that needs to happen from coast to coast. We need partners in our federal government to also address this because states have borders and people can cross.
Okay, Maddie from WIC.
As public
Good night,
officials, can you
Tomboy.
speak to the process of vetting information before sharing it publicly, what that looks like behind the scenes?
We try. I think it depends, but we have a process within, obviously, both police and fire have public information officers who work with the principals to gather and vet information and share it out. Similarly, in my office, we have a communications manager who works with us. In terms of the investigation, I can't really speak to that process, but there is a process within law enforcement to decide what information can be shared that won't jeopardize the investigation, and then to do our best to verify information before we're sharing it publicly. Obviously, in an event like this, there is a lot of chaos, and it can be difficult to parse out where information is coming from and how accurate it is at any given time. And so in a developing
You're leaving, Heather. Have a good night, hon. Thanks for joining us, dear.
100% correct. But as you've seen already, the chief comes back and tries to give out the best information we can and correct any mistakes.
Thank you.
Scott, do you have anything?
Do either of you believe that there ought to be charges brought against the parents or anyone else involved in this incident?
I think it's far too early to comment on that. As the investigation proceeds, I think law enforcement will take the steps necessary, but we don't know nearly enough yet.
Cody, do you have a question? Okay, Madison.
Seeing as Police Chief John Barnes is not here, maybe somebody else who's here with law enforcement can speak to this. He mentioned yesterday that the family or the father seems to be cooperating. As we drive past the house that they were searching, it doesn't look like the home of somebody who's cooperating. So maybe can you explain to an untrained eye the state and the condition of the home and the manner in which it is in at the moment?
Anyone better to speak to that? Sorry, we'll have to follow up on that for you.
Lois?
Again, I'm not sure if anyone is able to speak to this, but I know Chief Barnes kind of briefly mentioned that students are talking about if the suspect is talking or was bullied. Is there anyone that can speak to? I know students are coming forward at this time and sharing what they saw and heard in school yesterday or relationship with the students.
So I think broadly, at this point in time, it's a very active investigation. You heard the chief ask folks who want to share any information that they may have to share that via Crime Stoppers, and I would echo that if anybody has information that's relevant to the investigation, to please share it through Crime Stoppers. And I think today is going to be a very difficult day for all of our students in Madison. And I know that our schools and teachers are doing their best to support kids, and I think the county exec has kids as I do not, so should we know more about that?
So I do have a son in our Madison schools, and it was hard for him to get up and go to school today. And then the school is locked down because many schools in Madison area were locked down due to swatting. And that was triggering not only to him and his peers, but to family members and educators. And the world that our kids are in now is very different than one I grew up in. They have access to social media and digital communication in the palm of their hands. And they are oftentimes sharing information that has no source. It is our jobs as adults and as folks on the front lines to remind them that nothing is valid that they are sharing at this point in time, but to be there as they continue to process this. Again, my message to my son and to his friends and other families that have been reaching out is if you do feel that you have any information, if you feel like it might be something that would be helpful and you're not quite sure, you should still call Crime Stoppers. The smallest piece of information could be the last piece of information that we need. So don't second guess yourself. Please reach out to Crime Stoppers. Parents, support your children through this as they are navigating. It is a very confusing path for them. And my kids seem to know more than I do right now, and as this is going on, because of the fact that digital device is in their hands. And we need to help them know that they should be putting that down and slowing their loads down as we're navigating. Thank you.
Sean from WRT.
I'm sure you've been on the phone continuously and have to make other calls. Could you talk about any conversations you've had with other MMSD or other schools in the area?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I have been in touch with the superintendent, and my staff have been in touch with his staff. And initially, it was just making sure that everybody had all the same information and some strategizing collectively about how to make sure that MMSD schools were safe. As the time goes on, you have seen this already, I'm sure, that MMSD is sharing information out with their families about how to support
Good point,
kids.
Be Real.
They've shared information out with their faculty and staff about how to support kids going forward. That is something that we will continue to talk about, how we can support, again, students who I'm sure are confused, afraid, worried, the parents feeling the same, and of course our educators. That is part of the work going forward. I do also want to just recognize that there are schools, obviously, in our community that are not part of the Madison Metropolitan School District, and we are reaching out to them as well and making sure that they are supported and have the same level of resources. And that support is coming definitely from the state, but also from the county and the city, and will come more as we go forward. You want to add anything?
Cameron from WMTV.
Yesterday, you guys briefed us, you told us that staff and students immediately left the building, some got their cars, some got coats, all those things. So could you guys tell us what the status of the building is, and if there is a timeline in place for people to return there?
I don't have all of those details, but what I can tell you is that yesterday there was a process of folks leaving the building and then obviously being reunited with their families. The building is a crime scene and will be under investigation for some time to come now. But obviously, the police department will work with the school and the leadership of the school to do what they can to make sure that people have access to things that they need.
All right, James from WISN.
Yeah, my question is for law enforcement and or DOJ. Yesterday it was said, and I want to quote this, there are almost always observable behaviors before something like this happens. And I see Trish nodding your head. Can you share what observable behaviors specifically we see as this investigation unfolds from the suspect in this case?
So I think, again,
I want to address, because we did receive your question. I'm going to get one of the microphones. As we mentioned earlier, any questions we can answer about the investigation, we answered in our update. So we cannot take any more follow-up questions about the investigation.
Are the observable behaviors in the social media accounts? That was not something that's said.
So again, it's an ongoing investigation. MPD will share information that they can as they can, but we're not able to speak to the investigation at this point in time.
All right, Anna from WPR.
Hi, can you speak to the decision between the and other county school districts on Thursday and whether that's going to change the way that it's called?
We don't have anyone from the school district here. I'm sorry.
Sure. Sorry, it's a question for the school district.
I can tell you that there are many families that chose not to send their children to school today. It didn't feel like a day that they could go to school. That's a highly personal decision that individual families made. I honor local control. I honor our local governments and our school boards and our superintendents, and they are navigating this best as they can for the communities.
All right, David from the Journal Sentinel.
Hey, thanks for taking my question. Wanted to ask about a timeline or any further information you can give on the victims of this incident and kind of if there's any timeline for when that might be released.
I'm not aware of a timeline at this point in time.
All right, Ian from CBS News.
Why didn't the school have a resource officer, and would having one have made a difference?
That's a question for Abundant Life. We can answer that.
Would having resource officers like that? I'm told that Towson doesn't have resource officers in their schools. This is something that would be.
So again, that's a decision that's made by the individual schools and school districts, and so it's not something that we can speak to.
Yeah.
Two questions, if I may. One, the police chief made a correction saying that it was actually a second grade teacher who made that 911 call. Have officials been in touch with that teacher? Is there anything you can share about who the teacher is?
There's nothing we can share at this point in time.
And then are you able to speak to the general protocols about bullying? How does the school monitor bullying? Do they have protocols in place to monitor how that happens?
Again, we don't represent Abundant Life, and so we're not able to answer questions for the school.
All right, Shaq.
Is anyone from Abundant Life able to speak, or did she just walk around?
She just had
Okay,
Okay, we got to wrap it up here. So we'll go.
Well, Mayor Conway, are you able to just say, right now we know the victims as students and teachers, nothing more. Can you just speak a little bit more to that? I understand you're trying to respect their privacy, but can you speak a little bit more to the personality? Were they engaged in sports? Were they beloved by the community? Is there
Sorry, we can't share anything more at this time. And it's Rhodes Conway.
Oh, excuse me.
We really can't share that. Okay, so Adam from CBS 58.
Sure. So it's been 27 hours now. Why can't we share the identities of the victims?
It is my first priority, and I believe the priority of many of us here, to respect their privacy and their timeline. These are folks that have been deeply impacted by trauma and are grieving. And frankly, I think it should be up to them whether and if they want to share any personal identifying information with anyone at all. But it's not up to me. It's a law enforcement decision. And so when law enforcement feels like that's appropriate, they will share that information.
The shooter was named yesterday. Do you know why the victims were not named?
No, that's a law enforcement decision.
Unfortunately, he walked out the door too. Do you know when we'll be able to talk to him?
I don't.
Adding off that question, I mean, we've been sitting here for the last 27 hours, as Adam mentioned. Why would you guys not have the proper people in place to answer some of these questions? You guys, including the fire chief, have sat here and tried to say that you want to dispel rumors on social media. You want to make sure that you're giving factual information. We're asking questions that have been circulating on social media, including rumors about the victims. Why not provide clarification and actually have people here to answer those questions to set the record straight?
I don't know how many times I can say this. We will share good factual information when we can. None of you is obliged to stay here. You're free to leave. You don't have to be sitting in this room if you don't want to. And we will share information when we can. It's very important that that information be as factual as possible. All right, I'm going to say this and then we're done. It is absolutely none of y'all's business who was harmed in this incident. Please have some human decency and respect for the people who lost loved ones or were injured themselves or whose children were injured. Just have some human decency, folks. Leave them alone. Let them grieve. Let them recover. Let them heal. Don't feed off their pain. We'll share what we can when we can, and not before that. Thank you.
Is there another briefing schedule?
There's not.
Identifying a motive.
That wasn't rude now, was it, Mom?
I don't like her. I don't like her.
I don't think. And there, she like I get some of these questions seemed a little bit out there, but that's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. They're trying to, put the story out. I understand what the mayor was saying, but there was another way to say that. You didn't have to be rude.
Mm-hmm. She didn't have to be so damn snippy.
Right.
Well, if you don't give the people what they want, they'll find it. Just like her name and picture and Discord was all over Twitter an hour before it came out on media.
That's true. It comes quick, guys, and that maybe she doesn't realize that. I don't know. I don't know that we don't have any new updates on. Or wait a minute, maybe we do. Hold on. No new updates on the Maryland shooting. That's it. That's all. They're probably not going to report nothing new until tomorrow on that. Jesus. Oh, I guess there was a bomb dropped that killed a Russian general. That's world news. That's about it. That's it really for that stuff, guys. So, well, what the hell? Hold on a minute.
I agree, Brian. It was very rude of her. Very rude and unprofessional to snap at people like that.
Especially being you're speaking for the whole town. You're the mayor, the spokesperson for the whole town. Like, what the hell,
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to be here. You don't need. She could have been different with that. Holy shit! Did you see that in the background?
No.
Somebody sent this to me. Watch this. Watch back here in the background.
What the hell was that?
A military chopper. Watch.
Oh, shit.
Hang on. Watch it come down. It.
Oh, no.
Damn.
Oh, shit.
This fell straight down out of there. That's crazy.
Mm.
Wild stuff. Wild stuff. Excuse me.
It did, didn't it, Molly? That thing fell right out of the air.
Yep, I'll be right back, Mom.
Okie doke. How y'all doing? Right, Miss Barbara, why should she talk to people like that? She needs to be respectful. I agree. She just didn't have to be so snippy. It's already a bad, already a bad situation. You don't want to give that kind of look on the town. Like the mayor ain't got no kind of raisins. Sing? What do you want me to sing? I'm trying to think. I was going to sing y'all something and I don't remember what it was now. What the hell was I singing earlier? I was singing something earlier. I don't know when that happened.
It is. I don't know either. It is not everybody's fault that she is an unhappy woman. You don't have to
No,
take
it
it out on
ain't.
the world. Maybe it's because she's just not attractive and she knows it. I don't know.
You don't need to be freaking rude to people. I'm sorry, I just don't like that.
Right. So there's another crazy situation. Jesus God, guys, this is nuts. It's like every day. I have never seen so much death in my life.
Breaking news on ABC4 News.
We begin tonight with breaking news. 5 family members found dead in their West Valley City home. The youngest victim, just 2 years old, and police say this is a homicide. We have team coverage with Annika Johns. She's following up with what neighbors have to say tonight. But first, let's go to ABC4 anchor Sarah Murphy, who was there as police spoke, gave an update a short time ago. Sarah, bring us up to speed what we should know here.
Well, hey there, Brian. As you can imagine, a tragedy has happened here tonight in West Valley City. We're in a neighborhood right now this evening, and I want to recap what you just shared with us. We spoke with police. They got here around 2 o'clock this afternoon. They entered a home, and they say when they got inside, they found 5 family members shot dead. Again, you mentioned there were children. 3 of them were children. The youngest was 2 years old. The oldest of those 5 victims, a 42-year-old man. Police tell us on top of those 5 family members, there's one other, a 17-year-old boy who's in the hospital tonight with gunshot wounds. A lot of information coming in today, and I want to show you what we're seeing here at this point tonight. Take a look. This house with a few lights on, this is the home. If you look over these white vans here, this is the home that police entered, finding those bodies. Again, around 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's around 9:20 tonight, so hours later. But if you take a look a little bit to your left, you'll see still a very active scene here on this Tuesday night. We've seen police enter the home. We know just recently, moments ago, they did obtain a search warrant allowing them to go inside. We've seen medical examiners entering and exiting the home. Again, a very active scene to what we are told and what we're expecting to be a very long investigation. We spoke with West Valley City Police, and they say what's happened here today and what they've seen happen here today, they wouldn't describe it as completely normal.
This is far beyond anything routine. This is not something that you see, in a regular situation.
You heard it from
Oh,
West
of
Valley
course
City
not.
Police right there. They do not describe this as routine. In fact, they shared one statistic with us that I want to share with you because it really stuck out. They tell us for all of 2024, this entire past year in West Valley City, they've only seen 4 homicides for the entire year. They tell us what they've seen in this neighborhood tonight more than doubles that number for the year of 2024. Again, Brian, an active scene here tonight. We do know police obtained that search warrant to enter the home. We've been watching them do that. But again, we're expecting this to continue on throughout this evening. Brian.
Sarah, given this is so uncommon and given the grisly nature of the scene inside that home right now, do we know anything about the counseling that these first responders are going to need when this investigation wraps up?
A lot.
You know, as soon as police told us the exact ages of the people involved, 3 of them, 3 of the 5 were children. That's a question we asked them of how do you move forward handling this? West Valley City Police do tell us they have counseling options. They have options out there to help their officers who are working this investigation tonight continue to try and deal with what they've seen today and try and move forward. Again, this is just the start of what they expect to be a lot.
Do you guys realize how many families we've seen massacred this year alone? Like full families. There's been more than I've ever seen in my life. I'm talking about, we had Washington, the kid that killed his whole family. There's been multiple situations like this. Something's going on that ain't, I mean, people are going nuts, folks.
There's been 2 teenagers here in Florida that's killed their families.
Right. This is not just a random thing. It's happening like once a week now. Okay. We're seeing all these kids, these autistic kids that are going missing and then drowning. We're seeing these people that are killing their whole families. What in God's name is going on? I've never seen so much death in 1 year in my life. I'm telling you.
Did you see the case where the wife, the husband, and the daughter were in a car accident, and the husband and the baby girl are both gone. They lost their lives. The wife is in the hospital, and family come forward and was like, no, there's a little boy. Where's he at? So they searched the whole, You hadn't heard about that? Oh shit, let me see. Huh?
No?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Like the family members came forward and was like, no, that's not the whole family. Let me see if I bookmarked it.
Holy hell. Like I said, you guys, I've never seen so much like carnage and just insane, ridiculous situational stuff happening.
Oh, shit, I didn't bookmark it. I might have retweeted
Yes,
it. Though.
Jenny, this is a whole other thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is I think it's Utah. West Valley? Is that where West Valley is? I think it's in Utah. Yeah. Molly, is that right? I'm sure you're already on this. We're gonna need to have like a whole week's worth of decompression shit after this week. I swear to God.
Caleb Collins in Fayetteville, Alabama, is the little boy's name. Mm-hmm.
Hang on, everybody. Let me finish listening to her, and we'll go look at that too, because I don't even know what to say anymore, you guys.
Happening in the future, so I'm sure that's an option they'll continue to rely on as things move forward. Brian, back to you.
Okay, Sarah, we'll be watching this. We want to continue our team coverage now with ABC4's Annika Johns. She's hearing from neighbors who are trying to cope with what happened in their neighborhood. Annika, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Brian, so we've spoken to numerous neighbors here. And as you can see, we're just here in a normal neighborhood, right? Could just be like the one you have at your home. And many of them say they didn't really know the neighbors all that well. They had seen them coming and going from their home, but hadn't interacted with them all that much. Now, we spoke to one individual who lives just a couple houses down from where this tragedy took place. And he says he's lived here since 1973, and he has never ever seen something like this to this extent in his own neighborhood, let alone anywhere near him here in West Valley City. Take a listen to what he has to say.
Well, first, Lee, my neighbor over there, he come over and said, have you seen anybody at that house? And I said, no. I says, they keep to themselves. I don't know nothing. And then he said, well, the dog hasn't been fed in 2 or 3 days, and the neighbor's worried about what if somebody's home or whatever. And so he says, I said, there's nothing you can do legally. I'm not going over there and knock on the door or nothing. I mean, I don't even know. I've never met him.
It's crazy. Like, you don't hear about that anywhere, you don't really realize how real the world can be until it's like close to home,
Now, that young man there that you just heard from, he tells me he's only lived here for about a year, but similar circumstances to the other neighbor who's lived here for several years. This is something none of them have ever seen nor expected to have happen right here in their own neighborhood. Brian, I'll send things back over to you.
A tragedy just days before Christmas. Annika, thank you. Now, we broke this news on the ABC4 News app, and as the investigation continues, updates will come. So you can download our app for the latest headlines in your pocket 24 hours a day.
Yeah, so we'll be following up with that probably tomorrow during the morning show. Give me a minute. And no, I don't believe that is Brian there, because Brian don't talk that way. So whoever you are, who are ya?
Doodle got him.
I was gonna say Brian Ramble. That's not the name he runs under anyway. It's Brian's Ramblings. So
Somebody's been playing games for about a week now, haven't they? Something like that.
Yep. Yeah, and within more than one channel too.
That's not cool. If you're still in here listening, our Brian is a very lovely person that has some severe health issues. So if you're playing with his name, that's not funny.
Stop doing it.
Some of us live close to him.
And you will be figured it out.
You don't play with this blue crew, they will get you. They will find you.
Yeah, they watch real close too. That's the other thing. Yeah, exactly, Jenny. It's insane. Is this recent or is this?
Yeah, dude. This just happened yesterday.
A couple years ago, but wait a minute.
No, Caleb, Kahleb, Rowan,
Hold on.
Rowan Collins.
Rowan Collins?
Caleb Rowan Collins. That's the little dude's name.
Okay, here we go.
Did you find it?
Sure did. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on.
I'll know his face if you pull it up.
One-year-old missing after crash in Fayette County. That's it.
New tonight from Fayette County, the search for one-year-old Caleb Collins. He's been unaccounted for since his father and two-year-old sister were killed in a car crash last week. The crash left his mother in critical condition. According to a news release from the Fayette County Sheriff's Office, the accident happened on December 8th on County Road 73 near the Glen Allen community. The one-year-old's mother, Wendy Bailey, who was also in the car, remains hospitalized in critical condition. The sheriff's office says they were notified about Caleb being unaccounted for the day after the crash. Anyone who has information on his whereabouts is asked to call investigator Brandon Collins at 205-932-3205.
Tonight, new details about the school shooting in West.
Okay, so you want to know what's really freaking weird about it? So the dad had posted,
Go ahead. I have another clip on it, but go ahead.
The dad had posted this weird post. I think it was Facebook. Y'all don't hold me to that. I'm getting tired. But anyway, he had posted this thing about the baby, the little boy had back problems and that his organs weren't growing to his body. And apparently the mom's in critical condition. So, it's not like they can question her. But it was a family member that came forward and was like, no. So they searched the woods like extensively for this child and didn't find anything.
So when they came upon the accident, was everybody like unconscious and out of it? And did somebody maybe walk up and take the baby?
No. No, the police are searching the home and digging in the yard, kind of thing.
As if the baby might. Okay, I got you. Damn. Let's see what they're saying now.
1-year-old from Fayette County. The child's grandfather faces charges. He failed to report a missing child. ABC 3340 Cynthia Gould joins us with more on this case that has so many questions left unanswered. Cynthia?
Brenda, the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency issued an emergency missing child alert for Caleb Rowan Collins earlier today, more than 24 hours after we started pressing for answers in this very complicated case. Caleb's father and sister were killed in a traffic crash 9 days ago in Fayette County. His mother remains in critical condition, but all evidence points to Caleb being missing months before that. His grandfather now held on a $100,000 bond for not reporting the disappearance. We visited that crash scene yesterday, where state troopers say Stephen Collins ran off the road hitting a tree, and according to their report, none of the occupants were restrained. Now, prior to all of this, the court documents revealing the child Caleb is believed to have suffered serious bodily harm or death and taken to an unknown location. He was last seen September 4th in Winfield. We will continue to follow this case. Brenda?
Holy shit.
Yep. Molly said Discord. There's no telling what she's got in there for you.
God only knows.
Yep. I can't believe y'all didn't hear about that on the morning show this morning.
Daisy Lopez and Alan Lopez. I didn't have any idea. I didn't know about it till just now. So this child's been missing since September. The family had this car accident 9 days ago, and what the shit?
And it just started circulating Twitter yesterday, I think.
And they're saying the grandfather knew about this.
That's new. I hadn't heard about the grandfather yet.
Charged him. This is insane. Thank you, Molly.
To keep you updated on one out of East Alabama and the other out of West Alabama. Spanning the state today, authorities are searching for missing 1-year-old Caleb Collins out of Fayette County, and in Calhoun County, police are searching for the woman that you see on your right, Brandy Brooks.
Well, let's start with an update on that missing child out of Fayette County. Your breaking news reporter, Taylor Pollock, joining us in studio. You've been canvassing your sources all afternoon.
So, Taylor, this investigation started
Have a
with
good night, Blue Kay.
What's going on here?
That's right. And that emergency missing child alert just issued today by Aaliyah for 1-year-old Caleb Collins. But the Fayette County Sheriff's Office has been aware of Caleb's disappearance for at least a week. Aaliyah is saying today Caleb was last seen on September 4th. That was more than 3 months ago. The Sheriff's Office, in a press release issued yesterday, stated that the department first learned Caleb was unaccounted for on December 9th, the day after his father and his sister were killed and his mother critically hurt in a crash. According to Aaliyah protocol, missing child alerts can't be issued until the investigating agency requests one. There's a lot more to this story, and we're still asking questions and talking to Caleb's family members. New Live at 5 on how an arrest we first told you about yesterday connects to this case. Sarah.
Holy shit, folks.
It's crazy, isn't it?
What in God's name is going on?
That's what I'm saying. You got family that's got kids. Make an effort to see those kids. Make an effort to lay eyes on them. I don't care if you FaceTime them. If you request a recent photo.
And if something don't seem right, then you stop minding your own business and figure it out.
Mm-hmm. It don't cost nothing to call a wellness check-in.
Damn. There's just too much going on. Like I said, there are too many families dying, like whole families, folks.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy. I mean, this is biblical shit, folks. I ain't trying to get weird on you, but think about it. This is absolutely insane to me. We got lots of stuff to talk about on the morning show. That's for damn sure. Now, also the drone thing. Did you hear about the new scenario with the drone shit? The mayor of New Jersey is linking the drone scenario with missing radioactive material.
Yeah, it was oh God, a machine that scans for cancer lost in shipping. But don't be concerned. It's just nuclear. It's fine. No
It's
worries.
nuclear, right? It's no big, and that's why they haven't been saying shit to anybody, because they don't want people going looking for it.
Mm-hmm. I want to know how it was being shipped.
Right, exactly. Hold on, JC. I didn't get. There was nothing there when I looked.
I know New York PD got a down drone. It was a big sucker too.
They're big.
Well,
They're not little.
They was proud. They was posting that sucker all over Twitter.
Mm-hmm. Paula, Jesus. I don't see anything in here, JC. Unless I missed it somewhere. I don't think you sent it to me, hun, because there's nothing here. Nothing. What a busy day, folks. Crazy day. Hello again, Contessa. Wonderful to see you again. Too many headlines. Too many headlines, guys. There's so much to keep up with. It's insanity. But I'm doing my best. I'm getting things thrown at me left and right. Hard balls.
Mm-hmm. I
So
said it's
make sure
usually
you.
quiet in the wintertime. Other than,
Right.
you have your little bit of craziness here and there, but not like this. Not every 2 hours. Literally every
That's
2
been, right. That's been going around too, Sherry, about some missing nuclear warheads that Ukraine lost.
Oh,
That's
that's
another.
nice.
That's the other story I've heard too.
Wonderful.
I didn't. Yeah, Molly, I see. That's how I saw that earlier. It's been a hell of a week, folks. A hell of a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me show you something funny real quick. We need a little bit of a laugh. Molly, put these.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Molly sends me this crazy, weird shit all the time. So here you go. Have a little laugh. I know where she gets these things from, but hey. I guess these are supposed to be in relation to who we are. She's making them for everybody on the team here.
Lord.
So
I'm excited.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
What the hell? That's great. I have a new grandpuppy. You're on mute.
I said, interesting, a grand puppy.
I do. I have a new grandpuppy. His name is Whiskey. Minnie rescued him. He is cute.
Awesome. That is awesome. They're all cute when they're puppies. All right, let's see what this one is.
Rispondi a questi gatti. Bravo, ma che vuoi? Diglielo.
A kiss, yes. I
Rispondi
have
a
one of
questi
those.
bravo, ma che vuoi? Diglielo.
A husky with an Italian accent. Okay, then. Ababua. Papangu.
I can't
And
remember his name, but I have a grandpuppy named Desi, but his name is it's oh God, I don't forgot which language it is. My daughter-in-law speaks like 6 different languages. Shit. Anyway, it's a really long name, and his name's Desi, and he's very verbal.
okay. Awesome. This is Cassie, I guess.
Morning.
I love it. Hello.
should have been you, actually, because that's how you say hello.
Hello, he's so cute. Oh God, I want to snuggle him. Oh my goodness.
That's too funny. Yeah, that should have been you. Cassie says talks that way too, so that's why she did it. And then, last but not least, I was sent this last one. I don't know if I can show this one because it won't have. Oh yeah, I can. Here we go. Hang on. Why does that look like me in the face?
I can't see it, or I'd tell you.
Hang on. Did you put my face on this thing, Molly? That was Doodles.
Wrecking ball. Yes.
Smile a little. We need to. That's for damn sure. I'm about to figure something out for this weekend because this has been a hell of a month. And it just started. Good God Almighty. You didn't put my face on it. It looked like it was for Doodle. That would be Doodle coming in like a wrecking ball. So anyway, guys, I think that's going to do it for tonight. We've been here for 3.5 hours. And I showed you a whole bunch of stuff that's all bad news. So please don't hate me. What a flipping day, guys. 2 days. What the hell does that even mean? The police in Wisconsin school shooting say that they don't want to misgender the shooter. So what? So that tells you what? Why were they asking that right out of the gate about the gender and all that being transgender shit? That's such bullshit.
I don't know.
That does not need to be the first piece of information that is talked about. And now all over Twitter, this is why I stay off of Twitter. There's some idiot on Twitter that says, so I'm hearing that another transgender shot up a Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin. Isn't it past time to start locking up these mentally ill people? Who in the fuck allows people like this on Twitter?
Well, you know, you can say something innocent like your honest opinion and get put in Twitter jail for 12 freaking hours of hell. But you can get on there and act like a complete whole ass fool and put some stupid shit like that about a minor on there. And apparently you just get kicked into the algorithm. So
there's some ass. This is why I stay out of here, Mom. There's some assholes on Twitter.
Oh, I know. And, you know, I have a tendency to lose my damn temper on there.
That's why I left it.
Thinking I don't work with families on Twitter. I've only dealt with a couple of families on Twitter because Twitter's hard to navigate. So most of my families are on Facebook. So that is why my Twitter is off the chain mom. That's not the mom you guys see here. That's not the mom you'll see on my Facebook feed. That's where I'm not putting on no shit. That's me personally. Hello. And I was in a Spaces Sunday night, and like we were talking, and I mean, I love the group that we were in the Spaces with, but you know, and I made it. I flat out said, you know, I'll be the first one to say that. Yeah, I try my best not to go back and forth with them, but I'm not backing down from anybody. You say something stupid in my feed, I'm going to come at you until you get tired of commenting.
That's why I was like, that's what I was like. That's why I left there, because I would just go head on head with people back and forth. I just got tired of it. There's so many stupid people in Twitter. It's not even funny to me. They're literally trying to bank these two things against each other. The Wisconsin school shooting with the Brian Thompson shooting. Are you serious?
You should see they, you know, it's like they've the Columbine shooting. Apparently, one of the boys was wearing the same shirt that she had on, and a picture, and you know, and it's just
it's a damn band. It's a band. That's all it is.
I know. I
Just
know.
stop.
And
And fuck everyone who's going to use the tragic school shooting in Wisconsin to call for more gun control when they're actively celebrating the gunning down in cold blood of Brian Thompson, a husband and father.
well, they're making merch too. You know,
I know. I know.
I
I
was
know.
already disgusted about the Brian Thompson, Luigi, whatever the fuck his name is.
Linguini Manicotti.
Yeah, there you go. Him, that guy in the merch, but now they have her merch with her face on it.
Like, what is wrong with you people? These are all horrible things happening, and you're making t-shirts and shit about it?
Yeah,
What?
and people will buy them too. That's the sick part of it. Is they will buy them. It's just like if they sell that band shirt, I guarantee you're going to start to see an influx of that shirt being worn.
I had a KMFDM t-shirt fucking 25 years ago, okay? I mean, it is what it is. People have to find an answer to everything. They have to find a reason to blame something, okay? KMFDM is a shitty band. They suck. But it was a t-shirt that somebody gave me one time, long time ago, because I liked that kind of music. You know, I still like heavy metal music, shit like that. And that doesn't turn somebody into a killer. Jesus. Whatever, guys. That's it right there, Matahari. That's a huge thing. People don't even know who or what they are anymore. They don't know who they support or what they're supporting or don't support or don't stand for. Nobody knows anymore.
Nope.
I mean, I'm not saying everybody's the same, guys. I'm saying a lot of these people, they just don't even know anymore. They're so interconfused and wrapped within them damn selves at trying to stand for, they're trying to be in a popular situation and trying to fit in. Stop doing that. Stand for your own beliefs. Be your own person. Fuck's sakes, guys. Jesus, this makes me sick.
Be a leader, not a follower. Be a leader, not a follower.
Just because Jack asshole over here is standing for one thing and you think that's the in crowd doesn't mean you got to do it. You have your own damn mind. And I'm not talking to anybody in here. Don't get me wrong, folks. I'm just talking in general. I'm so tired of seeing this bullshit. This is partially what's wrong with this world. Good God. People don't know how to be themselves anymore. And that's sad. That is so sad. I got to be like such and such because they're cool. And if I don't, you know how many people I've watched? That's another reason I left Twitter. I used to watch people go in here and flip-flop, like flipping dead fish to different things that people were talking about, different sides. And I was like, what are you doing? Yesterday, you were talking about supporting this, and tomorrow you're going to be hating it, but today you like it. What are you doing?
That's why I get blocked all the time because I be calling people out. I be
That's
calling
why I
them out on the bullshit, and I stay blocked. I've been blocked by so many people. I don't block nobody. I don't block nobody on my channel. I don't block nobody on my Facebook. I don't block nobody on Twitter.
I got suspended or whatever the hell they do for 24 hours. The last time I was like heavy into it. And I came back and I said, you know what, y'all, I'm out. I just don't do this anymore. I still go in and post things on our Twitter page for the channel, but that's it. I don't go in there, follow a bunch of stuff. I've commented on a couple of your things that I truly, you know, I agree with you and things like that, which is most of the time. But I commented a couple innocent comments here or there. I'll look at something else, but I don't get in there because I get wrapped up in it too quick. I have too many opinions.
Oh, I have a temper.
And that's what I'm saying. There's too many stupid people in there that like to say dumb shit. Most of these people will never show their face in real life to anybody, but they'll sit behind these keyboards and say the dumbest shit they can say to try to look like they're special.
Absolutely. And I'm the first one to say, you know, I was into it with a girl the other night. A girl, guy, hell, I don't know what it was. Its profile picture is a girl, so there's that. And, you know, she was just being nasty and rude. And I was like, cam up. You have an AI avatar, sis. Say it with your chest and show me your face, because my profile picture is my face on Twitter. It's actually me canoeing.
They're not going to do it, though. You know that. They're not going to do it. Excuse my language, but they're all a bunch of... They're just all a bunch of losers. That's all they are. They're pathetic. And this is what they do. Get a life, okay? Get a life. If you're going to come in here or go in there and do any of this, stand for something that has some meaning behind it.
Oh, you ought to see the the trash channels that have started accounts in the past 2 weeks.
Oh, I've seen a lot of that in the past. I was part of that community at one time when I first started. And they just go back and forth about the stupidest shit you've ever seen in your life.
You know, I lost 200 followers last week on Twitter. I was up over 3,000, and I lost 200 followers just from being me. And you know what? Let the door hit you where the good Lord split you, because I don't need you on my feed. If you can't handle a strong, opinionated woman, move on, bud.
Yep. I don't even care. That's why I got the hell out of there when I could, because I knew Molly's banned for life. I don't know what she did, but she pissed somebody off.
I need that story, Molly. I need to know how you got banned for life.
Mm-hmm.
Need to know.
And Elizabeth said it's twatter. It is. It truly is.
Elizabeth.
It is what? Guys, it's nuts. So, and then I'm not listening, guys. We've talked about Linguini multiple times. I do not think he's a hero. Okay. I will never say that. What he did was wrong. He took a father away from 2 children. He took somebody's life. That, I don't care what the scenario is, unless you're defending your own self and defending your life or your children or something, you don't have the right to take somebody else's life. Now, I do have to say that what he did, or why he did it, I should say. Let me rephrase this. Why he did it, I understand. Okay. Looking at the healthcare system, yeah, it's a disastrous monstrosity, folks, but you don't kill somebody. God gave us life. God takes life away, not you or me. That's just how that works, folks. That's not how, we don't have the right to do that. Unless you're put in prison and you get the death penalty for doing something wrong to somebody. Those are the way that the world works. That's it. You don't get to go end somebody's life because you don't like the decisions they're making. We get it. Okay. It's bad decisions, bad shit, so on and so forth, but you don't kill people.
Damn, Molly, I've said worse than that about her. That's all you said. Kicked off
how many times did you do it, Molly?
What did you see, Miss Barbara? I was ranting, so I forgot what I said.
Miss Barbara's been through some ignorance too lately. You don't deserve either. I'm not happy about that either. I'm not going to get into it. Neither is she. But
really,
there's some people that aren't being right to her. Is all I'm going to say.
Oh, really?
And they need to become correct. That's it. And we're going to leave it at that. So nobody ask no questions. It's nothing personal, but it's something that's been bothering me all damn night. So that's all I got to say.
Well, I want to know.
That needs to come correct anytime now. So I can't hold my tongue, Matahari. I'm not saying names of people. I'm not saying things that have been said. I'm not getting into any of that. All I'm saying is it's bullshit, and you people need to grow up. You know who you are.
Somebody text me, damn it.
We'll talk about it later. This isn't the place for it. And I'm sorry, I've been trying to keep my mouth shut, but I'm sitting here still. You know how I get when things are deep inside my brain and I'm stewing on it. It's very hard to keep my mouth shut. So it's just people being mean, and they don't need to be mean. So
no, they need to leave Miss Barbara the hell alone. I tell you right now, I've known Miss Barbara since the first time she was on Arctic's panel a long time ago, before I was Mind of Monsters. That is not the woman to mess with.
She don't deserve any kind of nastiness. She has never done anything but to try to help people. And she's been through hell and back twice. Okay? They need to leave her the fuck alone. That's all I'm saying. And let her live her life and stop treating her bad. Period. That's me. Nobody else said that but Dago. So remember that. How many people got injured? Demon, what's happening? In what scenario, Demon? We've talked about 4 tonight in probably 2 hours. There was 9 people injured, 1's dead. So 10 total. All you need to, one thing you need to know, Barbara, is that we all love you in here.
Yes, we do. We all love you very much and have nothing but respect for you. And I tell you
And
right
we
now, they'd
all,
rather sandpaper a Wildcat's ass.
and I told her we all have her back no matter what the scenario is. So she's
Yeah.
never gonna be. She's never gonna be alone.
Mm-mm.
Like I said before, I'm a nice person, guys. I've always been super, super nice. Don't take my kindness for weakness, because you piss around with the people I care about, you're gonna meet the other side of me. That's all I'm saying. Barbara's an amazing person. Just leave her alone. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, yes, you're welcome, Demon. There was one person killed. There was my understanding, Demon, is there was shooting all down this road, the whole road. People were calling in saying they're hearing gunshots, like 16 gunshots. Then the vehicle being shot at, I'm understanding, rolled over on its side and was on fire. And then they found one person dead and 9 others injured. So I don't know how the hell this all happened. It's a crazy situation.
Well, that one guy said 2 cars. Did you catch that? That local that they interviewed?
I think he was probably misinformed, but there was only, because then they came back. The was it the police chief or fire chief said 2. So
I want to know what happened. I'm nosy. It is scary for these kids, Contessa. It's the reason that I pulled Tater out of public school.
Mm-hmm.
He was threatened at Mainland High School in Daytona Beach, and I went straight to the DA's office, and I do what I do, and I pulled that little shithead's social media, and I took pictures straight to the DA's office, and I said, you need to do something with him, because something happens to my kid, I'll own this whole damn city. And about 2 weeks later, I pulled him out and put him in a private school.
Mm-hmm.
And about 2 weeks later, there was an active shooter at Mainland High School in Daytona. And I was live and had students in my chat that were sending me pictures from inside the school.
Hell no.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's when I said, no, 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 no. We will homeschool, because it just freaked me the hell out.
Of course it does. We live for our kids, okay?
You know, I raised my kids in Nashville, and Nashville's not all city lights and country music. It is a bad city.
Yeah, I know. I see your messages, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I can see you. If it's the little red thing that says it's not loading, it's YouTube. It does it to me all the time.
If some of them are saying that they're not coming through, either YouTube is kicking them back, or it's just having a screwed up another software issue. That one went through. It depends on what you were saying, Elizabeth. That one went through. That one went through too. But if there's more than that, they didn't, hun. I'm sorry. Shane Maka, hello. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's wonderful to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing good as well. Barbara, by the way, you need to be resting, dear. You need to get some sleep and get yourself healthy again. She's not feeling very well either.
Yeah, if you got the funk, Miss Barbara, oh my God. Like, I woke up with it, and, I told you my throat was bothering me after those idiots were burning out there, and my throat's been bothering me ever since. And then yesterday morning, I woke up, I could barely talk. I was absolutely miserable. And I had him go get me some throat lozenges today. And I seriously thought after Friday, you know, I'm not with this job anymore. And I take my lunch at noon. Like, I love taking my lunch at noon. I've took my lunch at noon for years now. And I'm a creature of habit. At 11 o'clock, I was laying on my couch debating on texting her and saying, hey, you would put in some PTO or something for the rest of the day.
How much? Don't you have PTO saved up?
Yeah, they're gonna pay it out to us.
I was
How
gonna
shitty
say,
is that?
why don't you just use it and just be done?
Because they have this stupid ass policy that you have to put it in 2 weeks in advance, yet they only let us know a week ago.
Even though they're getting rid of it. Well, that's so dumb.
The whole thing's a freaking ass mess.
Well,
and you know, we were given contact information, email this guy, blah blah blah. He's ready for your resumes. Can't even get the phone to answer. So I told him today, I said, you know what, I believe honestly what I'm going to do. I've never done this in my life. I have never ever done this in my life, but I think I'm going to file for the unemployment because I didn't do anything wrong.
No, you'll get it. And you'll get the full amount you deserve because of that. And yeah.
And I asked my manager, I was like, me and actually another girl asked, we were like, hey, if we file unemployment, are y'all going to fight us? And she's like, no, they're not going to fight you. They'll let it go through. And then me and a couple of the other girls were talking, and I was like, I advocate for the missing. And since we've took this new campaign on, like, I'm so stressed out that I haven't made I've made 3 missing flyers in the past 6 months. Like, I just don't have the heart to do what I really want to do. And she was like, girl, do what I'm doing. I'm just going to take the unemployment.
I don't even know how
to do it. So I reached out to my daughter-in-law, and she was like, I'll walk you through it. And it's like, good, because I don't know nothing about it.
Then you'll be able to join us more often.
Yep. I sure will.
Have you on the morning show with us. That'll be awesome.
I surely will, because I'm gonna take a breather. Like, I think I just need to kind of hit the reset button, if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense, because when I ended up going off because of my disability, I fought that for a long time. For years, I fought, nope, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Well, finally, my wife, when I got laid off over, I see you, Elizabeth. That's what I said. Still, Barbara, you still need to rest, hon, because you need to get yourself better. That's nothing to play with, and it's going to drain you, hon. And it's a painful ass thing. You just need to rest and do whatever you can to get yourself better. But I got laid off because of the Rona stuff, okay? Mm-hmm. And they weren't supposed to give unemployment. They didn't even have unemployment, but because of what was going on, I was working for Napa at the time. This was one of the little mini jobs I had after I had to leave fire department. And I was standing all day, and I was in pain constantly, and I had this and that going on, so on and so forth. So I was I got into a fight with the manager because I was wearing a mask. I can't be getting that shit because I have, issues with my lungs from having all that bullshit. You know it already. And he was making fun of me, talking about it, that stuff wasn't even real. He refused to tape the floor off and put the glass up like we were supposed to. All that bullshit. So we got into a fight. And I threw the keys at him. I told him to go fuck himself, have a good life. I hope you get this shit and drop dead after what he said to me. And I left. Well, because of they were one of those small businesses that took that loan. And you guys remember that if there was some kind of, from my understanding, because this is a small town, small business, and it's privately owned, it wasn't a corporate store. I guess what the stipulations were is if you took that loan, you had to keep all your employees on task to not have to pay that loan back, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So they paid directly to the unemployment. and said that I left because I was sick or something. So they laid me off due to sickness. I found out later on out because I was surprised. I filed for everybody's like, file for it, file for it. You have that right. They screwed you over, blah, blah, blah. I got it. And at that time, unemployment was paying stupid amounts of money. So I did well with it. And that's how I kind of sort of got into this. But from my understanding, they ended up having to pay the loan back because they got wrapped up in some other shit. They had a bunch of other people that left too because they weren't abiding by. The state would come in, the health department came in 3 or 4 different times and said, "What are you guys doing? You ain't supposed to do this." There's supposed to be tape there where people are supposed to be 6 feet back, blah blah blah, but they weren't doing anything they were supposed to do. So it was all bad. But anyway, what were we talking about that I started telling that story?
I don't know. I was ranting about my stupid job and the fact that I'm gonna be around a lot more often for a little while. Not an extended period.
Take the unemployment, Mom. Enjoy your time off. That's what we were talking about. Take it. Do it. Enjoy it. Oh, that's what I was saying.
Finish my
I
training
did that
and
for
stuff.
a while too. I needed that break too when I took it. And then I used it all up. I did everything I possibly could. And then I started getting extremely bored after a period of time. But that took a long time because I had a lot that I could do. Plus it was nice to not have to be in pain as much as I was from doing that. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I welded for years. That's the only reason why whenever we came down here, I went into back into hospitality. But I couldn't handle standing and manhandling equipment and stuff, and it was heartbreaking because that was my passion, was welding. Like, I really enjoyed it a lot, and I just couldn't do it anymore.
Well, I liked what I did when I did. Because I know a lot about cars and motors and parts and fixing stuff and all that. And I enjoyed it. I worked for Napa. We dealt with business accounts, garages and stuff like that. All that kind of stuff is what I did. It was like more like a commercial thing. When he started doing that, though, is making fun, and he got sicker than hell too, standing right next to me. And I know he had this shit, but he was, "Oh, this is just a cold. It's just this. It's not real. It ain't this and that and everything." And his whole family tested positive for it. You dumbass! Tell me you ain't got it. Get the hell away from me. And I started wearing a mask. I started wearing because he didn't want people wearing masks in his store because he thought it would make people not want to come in there. I don't care. I'm not getting this shit. Okay. It ain't real. It's just the government playing games. He was one of them idiots. And here's my thing. I how can I say this? I respect how people feel about certain things, but don't shove it down my throat when I feel some sort of way about it. Those are my feelings about it. And whether you believe it or not, I'll respect that. That's fine. But don't be a dick to me and shove it down my throat and make fun of me because I believe in it. That's what I'm saying. So anybody that didn't believe in it, I respected that. That's okay. And they weren't rude to me. They didn't say what I was saying was crazy or how I felt about it was crazy. I just didn't want to get sick. And I've seen people all around us getting sick. Because I know when I get sick, I was scared to death it was going to kill me because of the way my lungs are. So, I mean, it didn't, but I sure still thought it was going to. I was too quick with the medications when I started feeling. I was eating shit left and right. And I think I saved myself a couple of times, to be honest with you. But anyway, there's laws put in place for a reason over this. And this guy wasn't abiding by it. He's just an idiot. So,
asshat.
It is what it is. Now all that crap's coming back about it now that I see, and it's, I kind of felt stupid about some of what I thought, but still, even getting respiratory infections, but like really screw me up bad. You know what I mean? Just regular old, like upper respiratory infections, they will really mess me up in a bad way.
Oh yeah, same. That's my main fear. I have social anxiety anyway, so I don't go out in public. Like going out and eating Thanksgiving dinner at a restaurant, like I was freaked out the whole time.
Yes.
Like I just can't. I don't like being around humans outside. I mean,
like
Tater was a preemie. And that was like something that sent me over the edge when he was a baby. Because you go, he was born at Vanderbilt, and you go through all these, people coming in, and they hand you books and all this information. And I was already freaked out as it was about germs and stuff like that. And then, I can't.
No, I get it. Listen, my grandson was a micro preemer, Mom. A micro preemie. I know all about that stuff. He was this big when he was born. No lie. You could hold him in your hand. He's still a little dude, but he's healthy now. And he stayed in the hospital for almost 4 months. He was born when she was 6 months pregnant. So I know all about that kind of stuff. And then when this shit hit, well, you can ask them in here, Mom. I think you might have been around too. Last year, I got sick bad, really bad. I stayed sick for a couple months, and I can't.
I can't get sick. I get sick, it's bad. Like, if the last time I got sick, his dad got it first, and then the baby ended up with it, and then his mom got it, and then I got it. And he has a hyperactive immune system. So, of course, he's taking care of everybody.
Right.
And he never gets sick. And whatever the hell it was, he ended up sick.
Yep.
And that's when I was like, I blocked myself off from everybody. Like, I'm over here with the Lysol wipes and the bleach. And,
I'm
it was bad. I can't freaking breathe, and that's not good. I hate being sick because when I get sick, I'm down. I'm sleeping for hours and hours and hours.
Well, my thing is I'm stubborn, and I'll stay in here doing this. I can't even breathe, and I'm still in. I've had walking pneumonia twice, 3 times, and I've still come in and done this. When I'm talking through gasping for air, I can't be down in here. I have to stay doing what I'm doing. For a few different reasons.
I did like 2 lives while I was sick, and I could barely breathe. Like, I mean, you can hear it in my voice. You can hear me like struggling to breathe. And, which my sister was coming up on panel with me. Thank God. She was holding down the panel because I couldn't do it. Like,
that's what Mama Bear was doing too. She would come in and reading, talking. Like, it was bad. I'm stubborn when it comes to that because I don't like to give up. You know what I mean? But, and one of the other people that was in here at the time, they were like, you need to get off of here, dude, and go rest or do something because we can hear you wheezing. It was bad. So I listened, and I was down for a couple of days, and it screwed my numbers all up, and everything was, it is. I can't miss one damn day. One day I can't miss because
one day is all it takes.
It's all one time. One day, if I don't stay within my schedule, I'm completely backwards again. And I've been trying. I'm trying so hard to make this right. So
that's another reason I want to get back, because I'd like to get back to where I was and doing my family interviews. And, I need to do the interview with Bethany, and I've got 3 other families lined up that I've been waiting to do interviews with. And
yes, ma'am. I get it.
I get back to doing what I love and helping people and, being there and not feeling like a zombie.
I do it because I love it, Pebbles, and I love the people here. I literally, truly, deeply do. That's facts, period. Hell, if I had the energy to do 3 shows a day, I'd do 3 a day. I'm so burnt out. Plus, I don't sleep right anyway. So I get up, I come in and do my morning thing, probably too long. And then when I get lucky enough, when my wife doesn't have me doing all sorts of crazy stuff, I get to come in and do one of these in the evenings too. But if I had the ability to do one in the morning, one afternoon, and one at night, I'd do all 3 of them because I love doing this that much. But I've done those. I've done 3 a day. Hell, I did 4 one time. And I've done shows that run 8, 9, 10 hours. Which it's ridiculous, but
the Calavente manhunt. I don't think any of us slept for freaking 10 days.
Yep. I was in here. I'd go out, sleep for a couple hours, come back, and I was right back into that.
Yep. I was in training at work, so I'm a fast learner. I was doing a whole lot of napping.
But I don't mind it because I know at least I feel like I'm doing something good, and I get to spend the time in here with all you awesome people. And I truly love the people in here wholeheartedly. There's no doubt about that. It's not just yeah, whatever, I care type thing. No, I love the people that are in this community. I really do. I go nuts when I don't see certain people. I go looking for them. I worry about it's just who I am. So, and when I'm not in here, it's like therapy for me. And that's another thing too, because of all my other shit, when I'm not here and I don't get that dose that day, I'm a lost piece of turkey, dude. I'm telling you, I'm a mess. Have a good night, Matahari. Anyway, I'm shutting this down anyway, guys. I'm just rambling now.
Good night, sir. Thank you for
Good
letting
night.
me up.
It was wonderful to have you again. Sorry that we haven't been doing the night stuff. Like I said, my wife was she's just been running me ragged, so I will be
When the
back.
boss lady needs to be done, you better do it.
Oh, I've been doing it. I promise you. She's the boss. I don't blink twice when she says something. I just do it and move on. She works her ass off, so she don't need to come home and do this and that. Plus the Christmas stuff. She's been decorating, doing this and doing that. So she doesn't. There's no way in hell she's doing it on her own. So
No, I get it. All right. Good night, y'all. Make good choices. You
Good
go
night,
get
Mom.
some rest.
I will.
Yeah.
I've been up. Pretty soon it's going to be 24 hours since I've been up. So anyway, and it's going on 2:00 here, and I got up at 4 today. So a couple hours, it'd be good. Anyway, I will see you soon, ma'am. Thank you again, everybody in chat. You guys are amazing. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you all so very much. I hope you all have a great night. I will be here tomorrow for the morning show. I don't know exactly what time, but I will be here. I hope you all are too, for those of you that can be. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please take care of yourselves, because you guys are number one. Don't change nothing, guys. You guys are amazing. Much love to each and every one of you. Good night. God bless, and I will see you soon. Bye-bye.
On the screen, typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waves. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows of lawless, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night.